He had experienced this many times before, in that same recurring nightmare. And he wasn't the only one. Due to their bond with him, the three girls had also witnessed this particular scene in their dreams. The shadows became darker, as those crimson lights drew ever closer. Then the four could see that those lights were actually eyes, which had a kind of savage and hungry look about them. Then, without warning, the eyes flashed and swarmed upon them like a school of ravenous piranha. A kind of yowling was heard, and the four cried out in shock and pain as unseen claws and teeth began scratching and tearing at them. Though this was all in their minds, or in this case, Slade's mind, the terror was all too real for them. For Slade, he began to reach his breaking point of mental sanity, as an intense and horribly familiar sensation of fear tried to force its way into his psyche. He knew that he had experienced this before and he wanted nothing more than for it to stop. Finally, he could take no more and let it all out. Stop it! His aura flared like a small nova, blinding his three companions, but also driving away the darkness. The shadows revealed feline forms as they scurried away from him and disappeared into the landscape. The yowling stopped and all became silent as Slade powered down. He looked at the girls and were glad to see them no worse for wear, then heard him. ROWR. They all turned around and saw a small boy several meters away from them. He was in a crouching position on all fours. The youth was wearing a torn and bloody gi and was barefoot. He had dozens of cuts all over his body, but what really stood out was a large gash over his left eye and cheek. Slade reached up toward the scar on his own face, then realized that the boy was Mr. Alien. He looks like you, only a little. Ida gasped as she saw a striking resemblance. Mia nodded as she also made the connection. So, this was you when you were young? Jura could only look and nod. So this is what her future children's Oma looked like when he was a child? If it weren't for all the injuries, he would have been considered adorable, even by Megele standards. Then she started to wonder what her own children would look like after Slade had fathered them. Hiss. FFFFDDD. The boy continued to regard the group as potential enemies as he prepared to spring. His hands curled into claws and powered up. Mr. Alien? Why are you? I mean, why is he acting like a cat? Ida was reminded of the pet cat she had as a little girl. Slade began to see scenes in his mind and knew that his long-lost past was finally coming back to him. He looked back down at his previous self and motioned for the others to get back. He recognized the stance the boy was in. As soon as the cat boy launched himself at his future self, Slade immediately let loose with a quantum energy blast. He used only enough to stun the wild child. As his younger self landed on his back in a daze, Slade pinned him down and their eyes locked with each other. It was extremely difficult as the boy possessed a strength that went beyond belief. The Tekka crystal symbol on Slade's forehead appeared as he continued to restrain the lad. There was a long stretch of silence as Mia, Jura and Dinah waited for the outcome. Finally, the boy stopped struggling as his animalistic nature faded away. His eyes no longer reflected that of a cat's, but as a human being's. He looked up in wonder at his own, older face. At the same time, his older self stared down at his youthful counterpart. Then at last, the silence was ended as Slade asked the boy, "Who are you?" The boy smiled a bit as he replied, "Ranma." Then a bright light enveloped them all about the sick day. Huh? Perfect was surprised to see all four brainwaves on her monitor suddenly separate on their own. Now how did that happen? The shaman smiled as he came out of his trance and got up. "It is done." To Dwero's amazement, Mia, Jura, and Dinah regained consciousness simultaneously. He looked over to the control console with a questioning expression. Perfect could only shrug and shake her head. She hadn't even touched the controls, and they had come out of near comas on their own. The captain and BC were similarly puzzled. Then all eyes turned to Slade. The person in question sat up and shook his head to clear it. He was silent as he stroked the scar on his face. "Slade?" Magno inquired with a slightly trembling tone. "Ranma." The ancient captain felt as if she was having a stroke when she heard that. "What did you say?" "I remember now. My name is Ranma Sodom." To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that was certainly a long one. For those of you who are wondering about the mind search, I was inspired after watching Irresponsible Captain Claire. Plus I also got some extra inspiration from Alex Burgos, Mike Sylvie and a few other pre-readers. Listed below are the different aspects of Slade's personality. In the next part, Slade must now come to terms with the memories of his former life as Ranma Sodom, and we will finally discover the connection between him and Magno. I've received a lot of theories from my readers, but only one has guessed right. We'll see the repercussions of Slade's rediscovery of his past, and not all of it will be positive. In the meantime, Tekkaman will begin preparations for his final assault as this story nears its climax. See you then. Happiness/humor magenta, always cheerful and laughing. Sadness blue, does nothing but mope and cry. Love/lust red, will flirt with and hit on anyone of the opposite sex. Fear/shyness yellow, too scared to be around anything. Antithesis to bravery. Anger/rage purple, always pissed off about something. And is pretty violent. Intelligence/wisdom orange, bespectacled and reading. Spouts out logical phrases. Bravery/confidence dark green, very gung-ho and faces off against anything. Rudeness gray, just plain sloppy. Insensitive, and is the foot and mouth instigator. Kindness/courtesy pink, very polite, consoling, and pacifistic. Kasumi would be proud. Tries to fix up rudeness. Weirdness/idiocy brown, just the way it sounds. Gets on intelligence's nerves. Envy/jealousy green, demanding of anything and everything. Mostly at odds with love. Cruelty black, dark side of Slade. Yang, purity white, light side of Slade. Yin, *, chapter 23 *. Chapter 10, Part 2. Finally here's Ranma. Tekkadread the second stage disclaimer. Ranma 1/2, Tekkaman, Blade and Vandread all belong to their blah, greater than, thoughts, telepathic communication. Chapter 10 Part 2. Finally here's Ranma. I don't find records of a Ranma Sodom in any of the old personnel and passenger logs of all the colony's ships. Parfait stated as she pored over the ancient files. The Nirvana still possessed all the data from its previous incarnations as a colony vessel and the Ikazuchi. Magno nodded as she stood behind her at the console in the engineering section. I expected as much. Looks like Poirot's theory was right. Slade, Ranma, existed before the time of the Great Migration 100 years ago. Huh? But the doctor estimated him to have been born in the late 20th century of old Earth. Are you saying that he's really over 550 years old? The old woman gave the brown-haired girl a bit of a whimsical smile, then took on an introspective expression. Actually, I would say he'd be about 566, maybe 67 years old. Yes, that sounds about right. And his birthday is next month. I must remember to throw a party for him. I certainly hope Barnett can cook a cake big enough for 568 candles. This caught Parfait by complete surprise. What? How would you know about that, Captain? The pirate captain did not answer her question as she turned around and headed toward the door. She stopped at the opening and addressed Parfait without turning around. I believe that if you look up the file name Genesis R44, you should be able to find his name and birth records. That data is encrypted and will take some time to retrieve. Once you have the data, report to the conference room immediately. She then left the bewildered engineer in the sick bay as she headed down the hallway. On the observation deck above the biopark, Slade looked out at the star-studded void in deep thought. I'm Ranma Sodom. It's been so long. I've waited so long to finally remember who I was. But now, the question is, what do I do from here on? Greater than Mr. Alien. Slade sighed as he turned to face Dinah and saw that Jura and Mia were with her as well. Nothing was said for a long time and the three girls became nervous at the prolonged silence. Finally, he spoke. It's Ranma. Huh? My name is Ranma Sodom. If you can't call me Slade, then call me Ranma. This Mr. Alien's stuff had gotten really old. Mia nodded as she agreed. He's right, Dinah. Slade. Ranma is his real name after all. She then addressed him. So, you remember everything now? Where you came from and who you are? Who I was? Slade corrected. I haven't gone by the name of Ranma for a really long time. Not since I became a Tekkaman. So how does it feel? Jura asked. Are you happy now that you remember who you were? Slade paused, then shook his head. Actually, I think I was better off not knowing my past. All of those memories, they were all painful, and I realized why I shut them out. What do you mean? Ida asked. Do you remember that little boy you saw in my mind? That was me. All those wounds I had, especially that scar, was because my father threw me into a pit of starving cats when I was 6. What? Jura exclaimed in disbelief. Mia and Ida were also in a state of shock. They had learned from Slade that the term father was the male version of the Oma, when men and women once lived together. They couldn't believe that a parent would so willingly do that to a child. Slade sighed again as he explained. It all began a long time ago, when my idiot father decided to take me on a training trip double quote the engineering section. Here it is. Perfect, said as she finally discovered the file named Genesis R44. Standing next to the row was Dwero. The doctor nodded as he looked over the data. It appears to be a lineage record. This must list the family histories and relations for all of the original passengers and crews of the colony's ships. See if you can find the family name of Sodom. Okay. The bespectacled girl started to scan through the files, until a few minutes later, she came across a certain record. Her eyes widened as she read the date. No way. It can't be. Dwero nodded in agreement, though his reaction was far less expressive. Fascinating. That does explain certain things, though it still leaves many questions unanswered. I believe that we should see the captain now. Double quote the observation deck. And the last thing I remember was falling into that pool and the Tekkapod engulfing me. Slade said after giving the 3 girls a summary of his past life as Ranma Sodom. Then, I woke up in this time period, went out into space and eventually made my way to Tarak. I snuck aboard the Ikazuchi and, well, you know the rest. Yes. Mia nodded. That was when we all met in the Pixie's core. Wow! Ida exclaimed. Mr. Alien is really old. Ida, stop calling him that. Jura scolded. His name is Ranma, so use it. She then addressed him. Still, what you've told us sounds so unbelievable. Your Oma didn't even bother to read through an entire manual that was only 3 pages long. Slade shrugged. Hey, I didn't say that my father was the sharpest tool in the shed. And strapping you down with lead weights, then pushing you off a cliff. The white Tekkaman sighed. It was his idea of endurance training. And tying a stake on your back and letting wolves chase you. Speed and stamina training. Forcing you to eat nothing but rice. Discipline. And because he hugged all the good stuff, he always had that fat belly. Breaking into other people's homes and stealing things. He called it stealth training. But I think it was because he was too cheap to rent a hotel room and he never got a job. Making you swim to China. Once again, too cheap to buy plane tickets. And he didn't even know a single word of Chinese. What can I say? He gave idiots a bad name. Now do you understand why I would rather forget those kind of memories? Just about everything in my childhood was both painful and embarrassing, and I did things that I'm not too proud of. Of course I was only a kid at the time and I didn't know any better. After that catfist training, I had lost a lot of respect for him. I was planning to leave him after the journey, but that became a moot point after Jusenkyo. All three females nodded, then Mia decided to pose a question. By the way, Ranma, what about your fama? What was she like? My fama? Slade was briefly confused, then realized whom she was referring to. Oh, you mean my mother? Well, I can't remember much. The last time I saw her was when I was 5 years old. Maybe it's better off that I don't remember her. I mean, she never even tried to contact me for over 10 years. I never knew her and she'd be nothing but a stranger to me if I ever met her. Heck, all I really remember was her name. What was it? Dinah asked. Her name was Nodokashodon. The conference room. Here it is, Captain. Dwero said as he read the file that he and Parfait had found. Ranma Shodom, born June 16, 1978, HMM. It looks like my estimates were a bit off. His father Jean Mashodom, and mother Nodokashodom. He looked back at the aged woman sitting before him. So now we know where he got the name for Ezra's baby. However, you still haven't explained to us why you would know so much about Slade's history and where to find this particular file. I would think that the answer would be obvious, Doctor. The aged woman said with a tired sigh. I would know these things, because double quote her enemy. Prepare to die, you bastard. Jura, Mia and Dinah were taken by total surprise when Yukio the 17th appeared on the scene with battle spatula in hand and wearing an expression of utter rage. Yukio? What are you doing? Mia asked. The Okonomiyaki girl said nothing as she glared at Slade with murder in her eyes. After she had heard about the truth of his past, she had gone into a fit of anger and vengeance that knew no bounds. To think that she had actually developed some feelings for this jackass. This was the one who had disgraced her family. He was the one that she had been conditioned to despise since the time she was born. And now, at last, the Kwanji clan would finally have its due. The source of her family's dishonor will finally answer for his crime. For Ranma, it felt as if a ghost from his past had come back to haunt him. In this girl, he could see another Ukan, who was then a rough and tumble playmate from his childhood. The way she held her weapon and the stance she took reminded him of someone from his younger days. Then he realized just why she reminded him of his childhood friend. Who else could she be descended from, other than his old buddy? Ukan? Don't call me that. Yukio snarled. You had no right to use that name. Not after what you did to my family. Mia, Jura and Dinah looked at Slade with confusion. Normally, he and Yukio got on amicably. What would have caused such a reversal? Slade was also a bit puzzled as his childhood memories were of the young boy that had given him free okonomiyaki every day during his childhood. Those were the few happy times of his newly remembered past. I don't understand. Why are you mad at me? Don't give me that. Yukio shouted. It was because of you that my family's honor suffered for centuries. Now it's time to make you pay. Look, I really don't know what you're talking about. Slade responded earnestly. All I remember was my old buddy Hook back when I was 6. He paused as he thought back. So why are you upset about something that happened over 550 years ago? Come on, you're not even the same Hook, and he was a boy. That last statement caused Yukio XGI to stop in her rage and confusion. She gave her family's hated enemy a puzzled look, then said, "WH, what are you talking about? Don't try to confuse me. My ancestor was the original Yukio that you abandoned. You stole her dowry and left her in dishonor." "Huh? Dowry? I don't remember anything like that. All I remember was Pops taking your family's card as a gift," and his voice trailed off when Yukio's last statement registered in his mind. Wait a second. Did she just say her exclamation point greater than? Hold on. What did you just say? You're saying Hook was really a girl? Of course she was. Yukio snarled. I'm her direct descendant and the 17th girl to be named Yukio. From that day, we had declared a blood feud against the Sodoms for dishonoring us. She was to be your wife and the card you took from my family was part of the deal. Your father promised. But you and that worthless father of yours stole it and left her on the side of the road. For centuries, the Kwanji clan has hated the Sodoms and now you will pay. This information completely knocked Slade and the others for a loop. Of course, Daida, Jura and me were not familiar with the term wife. But the Tekkaman and former heir to the Anything Goes was rendered speechless. Yukio. A girl? I was supposed to marry her. My father arranged for all this exclamation point greater than before the situation could escalate any further. A vid screen appeared between the two of them, displaying the image of Vivian Magno. Slade. Would please report to the conference room. I have something very important to discuss with you. Captain? This isn't the best time. Now Slade. I mean, Ranma. Magno said with an insistent tone. This cannot wait. When the vid screen vanished, Yukio and Slade looked at one another. The okonomiyaki chef glared at him and wondered how she could have ever fallen for him. Her hands clenched her battle spatula so hard that the metal threatened to cut into her skin. Her mouth became a firm straight line. Then in a barely controlled tone, she said to him, "This is not over. I swear by my ancestors that I will make you pay for what you did to my family." With those words, she turned around and departed. Slade shook his head sadly and gazed at Jura, Mia and Daida. Letting off a tired sigh, he remarked in a sad voice, "Now you can see why I was better off not knowing my past." He turned about and started toward the nearest exit. Just as he neared the doorway, he muttered out loud to no one in particular, "Damn you Pops. 550 years later and I'm still paying for your crimes. Meanwhile, on the all-male planet of Tarak, within the grand citadel of the capital city, Grandpa contemplated in his private chambers. Months ago, he had received the message pod from the Nirvana, warning him and the leader of Megele of the impending arrival of the harvesters. However, he had dismissed the message as nothing more than a Megele trick. You couldn't trust women. They were monsters after all, and they would suck the innards of men if given the chance. In any case, there hadn't been any sign of the so-called enemy since the message pods had been received. Besides, even if the harvesters did exist, which ironically they didn't anymore, they would have never gotten past the outer space perimeter defense grid, which was loaded with space mines and automated cannons. Any ship that got to close without the correct codes would be obliterated. That was the main reason why the females were not able to invade Tarak. Incidentally, the only person who ever got through unharmed was Slade, since the grid's sensors were set to detect spacecraft, and would not react to any human-sized intruders. The leader of the all-male world decided that there was nothing to worry about. It was then that an aide suddenly burst into the room, clutching a report in his hands. Grandpa! Grandpa! What is the meaning of this? How dare you disturb me without first announcing yourself? The old man roared. Though he was well over 100 years old, his voice still carried the force and strength of his younger days. The aide stopped before his ruler and gave him a bow. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I have urgent news to report. Tarak space has been invaded. What? Invaded? Impossible. Who dares to cross our borders? Is it the women of Megele? No, sir. It is neither the monsters from Megele or the pirates that have been raiding our supply ships. As far as our long-range scanners and scouting forces can tell us, this is some unknown alien fleet. What about the defense grid? Didn't it stop them? We received reports that the defense grid systems did activate when the invaders encountered it, but according to the latest readouts, the entire network of mines and auto guns were obliterated in a matter of minutes. Obliterated? Yes, sir. Furthermore, our advanced scouts and patrol fleets have begun engaging the enemy and are reporting heavy casualties. They cannot hold out for very long and are requesting for reinforcements from the main fleet. Ridiculous. We are the proud men of Tarak. Our manliness cannot be defeated so easily. This must be a trick by the women. I'm afraid that I must disagree with you, my lord, the aide said in a trembling tone. Disagreeing with Grandpa was akin to treason and the penalty was the firing squad. What do you mean? This has to be the work of the women. Who else could it be? The aide gulped and took a deep breath. My lord Grandpa, according to the evidence being sent back to us by our spies on Megele, the women are being attacked by the same enemy! On Megele. I'm sorry to say, Grandma, but the 4th, 6th and 8th divisions of the primary patrol fleet has been wiped out and the remaining ships are reporting heavy losses. the aide said as she went on with her report to the supreme leader of the female world. This cannot be. The old ruler said in disbelief. How could the men have gained superiority over our forces? The younger woman cleared her voice and said, begging your pardon, Lady Grandma, but our sources do not believe that this is the work of the men. And why is that? Grandma demanded. Like her male counterpart, she had dismissed the message from the Nirvana as pure fantasy, and was blaming the opposite gender. Who could it be but the males? My Lady Grandma, our long-range sensors indicate that their defense grid has completely collapsed and their own forces are engaging the same alien fleet as we are. Furthermore, the enemy seems to possess a kind of biotechnology that is far beyond the science of Tarak and our own planet of Megele. Grandma's blood began to run cold as she recalled a message that the Nirvana had sent, warning her that the enemy would attack not only the women, but the men as well. She felt a chill go down her spine and began to wonder if these were the harvesters that the pirates had tried to alert them to. Little did Grandpa and Grandma know that the harvesters were no longer a danger to them. However, their replacements, the Radam, would prove to be far worse. Aboard his flagship, which was 5 times larger than a harvester mothership, Tekkaman nodded as he summoned for his newest subordinate. Report, Dagger. How goes the invasion of Megele and Tarak? A figure in green-hued armor appeared kneeling before his master. He was the latest of Tekkaman's lieutenants, and it had been created to replace Lance. Unlike his predecessor, Dagger was larger and more robust. All is going according to plan, Lord Tekkaman. Dagger replied as he bowed his head. As we expected, their pony armies are no match for our spider crabs. Their feeble weapons possess little firepower and their so-called planetary defense forces are nearly helpless. Their troops are being defeated in space and within a matter of weeks, all resistance will be crushed and both planets will be completely under our control. Excellent, Dagger. The Radam warlord said. He was immensely pleased after suffering countless defeats against Slade and the Nirvana. Since attacking them directly had proven futile, he had decided to attack their final destination and wait for them to come to him. With the added resources of both worlds, his greatest opposition to galactic conquest would finally be eliminated. Yes, my Lord Tekkaman, Dagger said. However, may I also add that we are encountering some considerable resistance from the Tarak forces. Though I have no doubt that our side will eventually triumph, their mega weapons, the Vandreads, are proving to be an annoyance. Tekkaman chuckled as he responded. A minor delay of the inevitable. It makes things more interesting when your opponent tries to put up a fight. Though the men of Tarak will make excellent slaves and their industrial resources will be needed, it is the world of Megele that I am interested in conquering first. Megele? Yes, Dagger. Megele is quite a fertile world and will make the perfect breeding ground for our Tekkapods. Tarak is barren and it would take far more time for our plants to thrive. Therefore, I intend to turn Megele into my own greenhouse. Once the pods have spawned and turned the inhabitants into our servants, we shall then conquer Tarak. For now, I intend to reduce the defenses of both planets so that when I arrive, there will be none that can stop me. Brilliant plan, my lord. Yes. Megele is an all-female world, and as the old Earth expression says, ladies first. Tekkaman let off a series of maniacal laughter, which echoed throughout the hallways of his flagship. Deep within the flagship, a lone figure floated within a Tekkapod. He had been inside for some time and was undergoing a process which would give him the power to defeat his greatest foe. Soon, very soon, I shall emerge as the penultimate Tekkaman! Greater than thought Saber as his body was being pushed toward its limits and beyond. He feeling excruciating pain, but he paid it no mind. He was well aware that the process would eventually kill him. However, it didn't matter. Time after time, Slade had defeated and humiliated him. All he was concerned about was to destroy his opponent once and for all. Afterwards, the entire universe could collapse in on itself for all he cared. We shall finally see which of us is better. In a way, it's amusing how the twists of fate has brought us together to this point in time, isn't it, Slade? Or should I say, Ranma? Oh yes, I understand now just what it is that keeps drawing us together. No matter how much we try, we can't stop our contest until there is a victor. We're two of a kind, you and I. However, the universe does not require the two of us, and I will make certain that there will be only one! Greater than the Tekkapod he was in began to bubble and increase in its glow. Saber was nearing his goal, and woe to any who stood in his way. The nears on his conference room. You wanted to see me, Captain? Ranma asked as he walked into the room. Magno nodded as she motioned for Perfect and Puero to leave the area. The doctor and the engineer gave her worried expressions, but obeyed her silent command and departed. When the door slid shut, the leader of the pirates and the Tekkaman faced each other. Sit down, Ranma, Magno said as she gestured to a nearby chair. I'll stand, if you don't mind, Slade said simply. He was still feeling some frustration over what had happened with Yukio. It was bad enough that he remembered the misery and hardship he had endured during his first life, but having one of his friends turn on him so suddenly had been unexpected and unpleasant. And the name Slade. I really don't care for the name Ranma. Besides, I haven't gone by that name in a long time. But it is your true name, Ranma, Magno insisted. It means wild horse, doesn't it? That was the name your father gave to you. Slade's eyes narrowed in suspicion. How would you know what my name means and that my father gave it to me? Magno sat in silence as she looked over his features, and nodded as she gazed into his gray-blue eyes. Yes. I always thought that you had the same eyes. It's been so long, but I still remember that shade of blue. And as I look at you now, I can see the resemblance. What are you talking about? Slade started to become uneasy. Magno seemed to know more about him than he did, and that was making him nervous. Could she be telepathic? The aged pirate captain pressed a button on her console and a small panel opened up on the center of the conference table. Suspended in an anti-gravity field, a clear cylinder floated up and hovered 2 feet above the surface of the table. Within the tube was a rolled-up sheet of parchment, contained inside a nitrogen environment, to prevent any further degradation. Slade noted that the edges were yellowed and cracked, indicating that the parchment was extremely aged. It would have crumbled away centuries ago if it wasn't meticulously preserved. He also noted that there was a darkened area near the bottom half of the roll sheet that looked to be an ink stain. "Do you recognize this?" Magno asked. Slade shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "It's just an old piece of paper. What's that got to do with me?" She nodded in thought. "Yes, I suppose you wouldn't remember. You were only 5 at the time." "Huh?" She pressed another button, causing another panel on the table to open in front of Slade. A sensor pad appeared. "Place your hand on the sensor," she instructed. "What?" "Place your hand on the sensor," she repeated. By this time, Slade was getting irritated. "Look, I don't have time for any games. You said that you wanted to talk to me about something important. Now either you tell me what it is, or I'm leaving." "Slade," the old woman said in a more forceful tone, "put your hand on the sensor. Now." The young man let off a snort of disgust before placing his right hand on the pad. Immediately, the sensor glowed as the computer began scanning. At the same time, a holographic projection appeared next to the parchment, indicating that it was also being scanned. In a minute, the analysis was complete and the results were displayed. On the right side of the image was Slade's base DNA sequence. On the left side was the DNA sequence of the skin cells that were discovered preserved within the ink stains. Slade's eyes widened as he read the final results. DNA match. It confirmed ASRANMASAUDIOME. Magno trembled as she asked the computer, "Is there any probability of error?" The computer replied, "Error probability less than negligible." At that moment, the captain of the Nirvana stood up with a tender expression on her face. Tears began to well up in her eyes as she approached the still-shocked Tekkaman. Her body trembled with excitement as she immediately embraced him and began sobbing into his chest. "My boy!" Sob, "My boy has finally come back to me." Sob, "After all this time." Sob, "I thought I had lost you." Ranma. Ranma. Sob, "I'm so happy." Sob, "I'm so very happy." Slade was at a total loss of what to do, and of course he panicked. He gently but firmly pushed away the weeping woman and held her by the shoulders. His expression was of absolute confusion as he addressed her in an edgy tone. "Whoa! Hold on. What are you talking about? What do you mean I'm your boy? Just who the hell do you think you are?" Vivian Magno's eyes furrowed a bit, though she gave him a bit of a smile when she replied, "Ranma, I know it's been 563 years, but that is still no excuse to talk back to your mother." To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of this part, and I know I'm a stinker for leaving you hanging like this. So did I fool anyone here? How many of you thought that Magna was a descendant of Nodoka instead of the original? How did Nodoka survive this long? What's her story and what is going to happen once the Nirvana reaches their ultimate destination and the final showdown with the Radam? Well, all I can say is watch for the next episode. Chapter 24 Chapter 10, Part 3, A Mother's Tale. Tekkadread. The second stage. Disclaimer: Tekkaman, Blade, Ranma 1/2 and Vandread all belong to someone else, so I can't take credit for them. Thoughts. Chapter 10 Part 3, A Mother's Tale. On Megele. What are the latest reports? Grandma asked as one of her subordinates stood before her in the main conference hall in the planetary capital. The young woman took a deep breath as she read the report. The entire outer patrol fleet has been totally wiped out. The inner fleet and the orbital observation stations are currently engaged with the enemy and are reporting heavy losses. Our strongest weapons and most powerful ships are almost useless against these monsters. They say that they won't be able to hold out much longer and that it will only be a matter of days before they are overrun. Several 100,000 of these aliens have already begun landing on the planet's surface, attacking the smaller cities and destroying the major military installations. Also, there are reports that the enemy are planting some kind of vegetation that are draining the planet's natural resources. There is widespread panic among the general populace and there has been countless incidences of rioting and looting. She shook her head sadly and gazed upon the supreme leader of the all-female world. What are we going to do, Lady Grandma? The aged woman considered all possible options. If what her subordinate had said was true, then further resistance against these invaders would be pointless. There had already been too much loss of life, and she had to consider the future of her people and those who had not yet begun to live. Deep within the surface of the planet, hundreds of thousands of individuals still slumbered within cryogenic suspension capsules. They had been part of the original cruise of the Great Migration and had been in suspended animation for well over a century. It was her duty and Grandpa's to safeguard the future of the human race, and as such, she had to consider their lives, along with the second and third generation of Megele. Though she hated to admit it, the women needed help from the men, since she had been hearing reports that the men of Tarak were actually putting up better resistance against the same aliens. It would make sense to try and enlist their aid. She then made the decision to open up the ancient line that gave her a direct link to her husband, Grandpa. Meanwhile, aboard the Nirvana. I know this sounds impossible, Ranma, but I am Nodoka, your mother, Magno said as she sat opposite to Slade at the conference table. Naturally, of course, Slade was more than a bit skeptical at this old woman who claimed to be his natural mother. For one thing, she didn't look a thing like the woman he remembered from his former life as Ranma showed him. His memories of his youth were sketchy, but Magnovision bore no resemblance to that image of his mother whatsoever. For one thing, Nodoka did not have blonde hair. He had seen a strand of her hair hanging out from beneath her hood. "I thought I told you never to call me Ranma," the Tekkaman growled. "And I'm not at all buying this story about you being my mother. It's been over 550 years. You're old, but you're not that old." Magno chuckled a bit then said, "You're right. I'm not that old. I'm only 103. There, so. However, I am your mother." Magno cut him off. "It was a very long time ago, in another lifetime, when I went by the name of Nodoka Shodom." Flashback, October 1994. Nodoka Shodom bowed her head as the funeral services concluded. Since there were no bodies to bury or cremate, the ceremony had been entirely symbolic to honor the passing of her son and husband. It had been 2 months since she had been informed that her family had perished at a strange place called Jusenkyo. Though Genma's wife was harboring a hidden anger over the foolishness of her late spouse, and her own for letting him take her only child away, she kept such thoughts to herself. It did not matter anyway with her family gone forever. It was time to move on. End of flashback. I mourned your death for a very long time, Ranma. I mean, Slade. I was so distraught over losing you, that I considered ending my own life. The pirate captain said. Well, I guess it's obvious that you didn't, Slade remarked with a sarcastic tone. Not that I believe that you're really my mother. Magno's expression hardened at Slade's lack of respect toward her, then it softened as she realized that he had every right to be bitter. She continued with her story. 3 years after the funeral, I remarried and took on the different family name of Tensuk. My second husband, your stepfather, was a much kinder and understanding person, unlike that fool Genma. I was happy. For a time. Then, 15 years later. Flashback, June 2012. I'm sorry Nodoka, but the tests were positive. Her friend Dr. Sasaki stated as she read the results. The terrorist bombing that killed your husband has also caused you and your son to be infected with the virus. You and Kenji are in the final stages of the disease. You have less than 6 months to live. The wife's widow lowered her head in sadness. It had been 18 years since she had lost her first family. Now fate was about to take her second family. It had been her misfortune that she, her husband and her second son had been in the airport when terrorists had released a viral agent with the use of an exploding device. The explosion killed dozens of people, including her second husband. The disease spread through the surrounding areas and hundreds more were doomed to a slow and agonizing death. Some lingered on for months before succumbing. Unfortunately, both Nodoka and her son would be among them. End of flashback. Hold on. Slade interrupted. Kenji? As in, your son Kenji? The woman who was once Nodoka took a deep breath, then sighed while nodding. Yes. Kenji was the child that I had with your stepfather. He was your half-brother. Half-brother. So not only are you saying that you are my real mother, but that I also had a half-brother. I don't expect you to believe it right away, but was true. However, the disease that Kenji and I had contracted would have killed us within a half-year. Slade snorted in disdain. Well, it looks like it didn't. Magno sighed again. No, it did not. However, I sometimes wished it did. I wouldn't have had to suffer through centuries of despair and loneliness. There was a way to save me and Kenji. However, it meant that I would have to give up my home, my friends, and ultimately my very identity. Flashback November 2012. Are you sure about this? Nodoka asked as she was being prepared to undergo the experimental cryostasis procedure. She had been given an injection which would freeze her body's vital functions and prevent cellular crystallization and degradation, once the freezing process had begun. Dr. Sasaki nodded as she gave her friend a reassuring smile. This is the only option we have. Our scientists are close to finding a cure for the disease, but they're still several months away. You and all the other victims do not have the time. You are lucky that the government is paying for this cryogenics process. I know that they're saying that they only want to help the victims, but everyone knows that they just want to cover themselves up for their part in the terrorist attack. In any case, once the cure has been found, you and your son will be revived and cured. Your son is already in stasis and he's doing fine. And so are the other patients. You are the last one. We have to freeze you now, before the disease reaches its critical phase. So, I guess I'll see you in a few months then. Don't worry, Nodoka. You won't even know that you were frozen when you wake up. It'll be like waking up from a short nap. And my personal effects? They'll be stored in a separate facility. And the scroll? As you had instructed, it was put into a nitrogen-filled capsule to keep it from degrading any further. Oh, I can't understand why you still hold on to that damned agreement. Why anyone would want to have a reminder of that idiot Genma is beyond me. I keep it not to remind me of Genma. I keep it to remind me of what I've lost. And because it's all I have left of Ranma. Later, Nodoka felt a numbing cold as she was sealed within the cryopod. Already she could feel her body stiffen as she began to lose consciousness. This was not the sensation that one felt when one was dying, but rather what one felt when one was falling asleep. As her thoughts became stilled and her body froze, one last image flashed before her eyes. It was an image of her sons, 15-year-old Kenji, and 5-year-old Ranma. End of flashback. My nap was only supposed to last a few months, a year at most. Vivian said with a tired tone. I never imagined that it would last for centuries. She let off a rueful chuckle. You weren't the only one who went to sleep for a long time. Slade scowled at the comment. I didn't ask for that Tekkapod to swallow me up and turn me into a Tekkaman. The aged woman shrugged. And I never asked to be infected and be forced to be frozen until a cure could be found. However, we can't change what has happened. Once we went to sleep, the world forgot about us. At least for me, until 100 years ago. Flashback, January 2447, Nodoka squinted as a bright light nearly blinded her. Her body felt stiff and sore from being dormant for so long, but she slowly managed to rise to a sitting position. She looked about and saw that she was in a medical bed in some lab. She was dressed in a kind of hospital wrap. A lingering chill still caused her to shiver, due to the after effects of the cryostasis. She hugged herself and rubbed with her hands to get circulation going and to warm up. Then a blanket was draped over her shoulders as a young man in a medical lab coat addressed her. "Easy now. You're just getting over the cryostasis process. Give your body time to adjust and you'll be fine." "Thank you," Nodoka said in a coarse, scratchy tone. Her vocal cords had been inactive for a long time and her throat was somewhat sore. She then gazed upon the man, who looked to be about in his early 20s. She then noted that the lab she was in had technology that was far more advanced than any she had seen before she had been frozen. She started to wonder just how long she had been gone. It was obvious that it had been more than a few months. Then she saw the readout on one of the computer screens. Her eyes widened as she saw the date. January 28, 2447. The medic nodded as he noted her expression. Her shock was understandable as he began to explain. "Ms. Nodoka Tensuke?" She looked back at the man, momentarily forgetting what she had just seen. "How did you know who I am?" He held up what looked like a clipboard, but instead of sheets of paper, the face had a holographic screen. He started to read the data. According to the file that was in the Cryopod's database, you are Nodoka Tensuke. You were 56 years old when you were put into stasis, due to being infected with a disease from an archaic biological weapon. You were only supposed to be in stasis for a few months until a cure could be found. However, due to the Great Tsunami of 2013, you never received your cure. What? The medic took a deep breath and continued. On January 14, 2013, there was a massive undersea quake in the Pacific Ocean, which caused a huge tsunami to hit Japan. Nearly all of the smaller islands and much of the main island of Honshu was flooded. The facility where your cryopod was had gotten caught in that huge tidal wave and was swept into the ocean, along with all the others who had been in stasis. You and everyone else in that facility had to be considered as lost. But I don't understand. How am I alive now? She pointed to the computer console. Island. It really? The man nodded again. Yes. It is now the year 2447, or the mid-25th century. I have to admit, they really knew how to build things back in the 21st century. Your cryopod was still operational and almost entirely intact when an underwater research team came across the ruins of the facility. That pod had kept you alive for more than 4 centuries. That's got to be a record. Nodoka reached out weakly toward him and asked, "My son, My son Kenji was in one of those pods. Please, tell me that you found him. Is he alive? The man in the lab coat bowed his head sadly and shook it. I'm sorry, Miss Tensuke. Your pod was the only intact one that we found. We also came across a storage room where your personal effects were still preserved. Every other pod we came across had long since failed and the people within them had died centuries ago. We did not find all the pods that were listed in the facility's registry, but there was no sign of the one which contained Kenji Tensuke's body. Most likely, it was destroyed during the disaster of 2013. Nodoka felt the color drain out of her face as she just realized that she had just lost her second child. It was then that she began to weep uncontrollably and cursed fate that she had outlived not one but two sons. Later on, after drying her tears and finally accepting that her second son was lost to her, Nodoka continued to ask the medic about her situation. But I still don't understand how I could be alive now. You said that I never received the cure. That's right. You didn't receive the cure that had been developed by the Japanese government at the time. However, as of now, you don't need it. What? The medic gave her a slight, whimsical expression as he explained. Remember, you're in the 25th century now. Medical science has come a long way since then. The disease that had you to be frozen was easily cured when we thawed you out. Our medical facilities here at the orbital space ring are top-notch. That statement caught the still recovering woman off guard. Excuse me. Did you say orbital space ring? We're in space. That's right. The zero gravity and vacuum of space does provide us with a very good environment for experiments and research. When your cryopod was discovered, it was transported here so that you could be revived and cured. So why aren't I floating or something? Oh, the artificial gravity fields are what keeps you on the floor. But that's not important. What is important is what are you going to do now, Miss Tensuke? Oh, it wasn't something that you wanted. You've been given a chance to start a new life. End of flashback. So I decided to take my new chance to start over, and I did so. Literally remaking myself. Magno said as she finished with her story. From that moment, Nodoka was dead and Vivian Magno was born. I did not want any more reminders of my past life, save for this and a few other items. She gestured to the parchment that was still floating in its nitrogen-filled capsule and suspended by the anti-gravity field projector. By this time, Slade was looking at her with less of a sarcastic expression, but he was still unconvinced. That still doesn't explain why you don't look a thing like the mother I remember. I may have only been 5 years old, but I still see her as a kind woman with brown hair, sky blue eyes and holding a giggling, young Ryu in her arms and posing for a picture? Magno inquired. This statement took Slade by surprise. How did you know about that? The pirate captain nodded as she produced another object. It was an aged photo inside a plastic frame, permanently vacuum sealed to keep it from degrading. She placed the frame on the table and pushed it towards Slade. When it slid to a stop in front of him, he picked it up and gazed upon the ancient image. His hand shook as he recognized the scene from his newly discovered memories. He made several double takes as he looked back and forth at the captain and the photo. "Look familiar?" Vivian asked. Slade shook his head in total denial. "No. It can't be. It can't be." The leader of the Megele pirates nodded as she explained. "Quite a difference, isn't it? When I said I remade myself, I meant it. I underwent some genetic restructuring and used some rejuvenation methods to keep me from aging somewhat. That's why I only look to be just over 100. When I said I was only 103, I meant that was how old I am as Vivian Magno, not Nodo Katensa Korshodom. Then came the time of the Great Migration and, well, I'm certain that you can figure out the rest." She then got up and walked over to where her son was sitting. She gazed upon her firstborn for a long while and neither one said a word. Finally, she broke the silence as she placed a hand on his right shoulder. "My son, I never thought I would ever see you again. It's as if the powers that be finally decided to reunite us, after all these centuries. I know that it is a lot to take in and I am willing to give you some time to think things over. Perhaps we can." At that moment, Slade snarled at her and slapped her hand off his shoulder. He got up and glared at the ancient woman. "Don't ever touch me." His tone was dripping with scorn and rage. He threw down the picture with such force that the protective case broke open, exposing the old photo to the open air. It took all of his self-control to not lash out at the old pirate captain. Ranma Magna was taken by surprise by this sudden burst of anger, though she should have expected something like this might happen. "I told you. Don't call me Ranma," Slade growled. "And most of all, don't call me your son." "But what? You were expecting me to say all is forgiven and accept this? I haven't had a mother since I was 5. I had no one but Pops to take care of me. And after enduring everything that he did to me, I had long decided that I had no mother to begin with. After all, you were never there when I needed you. Where were you for 10 years? Why did you let Pops take me away?" Slade, you are not being fair." Magnos shot back as she felt her own anger rising. "I had no way of knowing what your father was doing to you during that training trip. She had been informed of Genma's many crimes when she had been informed of his death and Ranma's. He always kept on moving and the only contact I had was the occasional letter. And not once did you ever try to find us." Slade snarled. "And just now you want to be my mother. I was told that you were dead. Then maybe it's better off that I remain dead to you." "What?" Slade bowed his head as he trembled with barely contained rage. He then spoke with an emotionless tone. "I don't care about the last 550 years, since we didn't have a choice during that time. But I can't forget those first 10 years, when you abandoned me to Pops. I was all alone, and having pots around all the time wasn't any better, especially with all the hell he put me through. You're not my mother. You are a stranger to me, and with all the time that's passed between us, I don't think there's anything left to try and save. He raised his head and glared at her. When this business with the Radam is over, I'm leaving this ship. And you. I'm never coming back. And I warn you. If you tell anyone, and I mean anyone, about what you told me today, then I will abandon this ship, just like you abandoned me all those years ago. Do you understand? Magna gazed for a long time, then bowed her head in resignation. So be it. I will not tell anyone that you were once Ranma Sodom. My son. Slade then turned about and left without another word. After he departed and the door to the conference room, Magna slumped down into a chair and bowed her head in her hands. She then started to weep as she had just lost her first son. For the second time. Slade continued to brood as he walked down the hallway. He started to think about the half-brother that he had never met and wondered what had become of him. He then shrugged and decided that it was better off that he had perished. At least he would never know of the anguish and frustration of having to meet up with the mother that had thrown away her only child to a fool like Genma. He was probably the lucky one. The Radam fleet. As Darkon's forces continued to press their unyielding attacks against the citizens of Megele, a lone Tekkaman continued to slumber within the confines of the Tekkapod. As his body was being evolved toward the penultimate form of the Tekkaman process, his thoughts focused on one goal. Defeat his rival and prove to all that he was the stronger of the two. Saber had always considered Slade and he were two of a kind. And why not? They both had much in common, and first and foremost was their mutual past with a certain individual. Nodoka Sodom. Before being transformed into a Tekkaman by the Harvesters, Saber had been one of the many wretches that had been surviving by stealing the organs of others. His was a very special case, due to having advanced cellular degeneration from extended cryogenic suspension. He had been found in a malfunctioning cryopod during the time of the Great Migration and had been deemed too fragile to survive the rigors of space travel. He could not be put into suspension again and had to spend his existence being tied to a life support machine. When Radam presence in the Earth species offered to turn him into a cosmic warrior, he had readily accepted the offer. He had grown quite bitter due to the Harvester's treatment of him, but the core of his resentment stemmed from his previous life. His mother had doted on him, but was always referring back to her long-lost firstborn. In his eyes, Saber had been merely the substitute and had felt nothing but bitterness against his long-dead half-brother. Often, she would mistakenly call him by his half-brother's name, rather than his own. And ultimately, she had abandoned him to a frozen grave, just as she had abandoned her first child. Then he learned that his mother and half-brother were still alive. They were the reason why Lord Darkon treated him so shabbily. They had always thwarted his plans and made him look like a fool in the eyes of the Radam warlord. until he had destroyed the source of his constant failures and proven to all that he was someone to be reckoned with. He would never stop. Megele and her pirates will be destroyed and Slade will finally be defeated. Tekkaman Saber. Formerly Kenji Tensuk swore it. We're two of a kind, my dear brother Ranma, but the universe does not need the two of us. I shall make certain of it. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of chapter 10 as new secrets are revealed. There's only 3 more chapters with multiple parts to each, and things are about to come to a head once the Nirvana reaches Megele and Tarak. There are more surprises and plenty of action as Tekkadread the second stage reaches its climax. See you soon. Chapter 25 Chapter 11, Part 1, End of the line for Tekkadread the second stage. Disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Vandread and Tekkadread belong to their respective creators, so please don't bother me while I write this story, okay? Thoughts? Telepathic Communication Chapter 11 Part 1 End of the line for Megele, the planet of the telepaths. So you're not going to change your mind? Mia asked as she and a few others were bidding goodbye to a friend. Misty shook her head as she faced her comrades from the Nirvana. On her shoulder, her holographic friend Q-chan squeaked in agreement. The 14-year-old, technically 77, was prepared for her new life on the world of telepaths and the refugees of Mission Delta 6. I've been considering leaving the ship and settling down for a long time now, Misty said with a slight sadness in her voice. Don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed my time on the Nirvana and I've made some really good friends, but I think that it's time for me to begin my own life. Besides, living on a ship that's mostly made up of women is kind of hard for me. Especially with our different ideas about men. You know what I mean? Mia nodded in understanding, but remained silent. She knew about Misty's infatuation with Slade, and she felt a bit guilty as a small part of her was happy that Misty would no longer be on the ship and chasing after him. The former Dread pilot had grown closer toward him and there would be one less competitor. She quickly banished such thoughts as her friend continued. Misty shrugged as she put on a happy, though forced expression. Hey, it's okay. Besides, I really didn't feel that I fit in. The people here are really friendly and they've already set up a place for me to stay. And the others from Mission Delta 6 are also willing to help me settle down. It'll be alright, and I would like to wish you all the best of luck. She extended her hand out toward Mia. The blue-haired Tekkaman grasped the hand in her own and shook it. She then drew her toward her and gave her a farewell hug, which Misty returned. Neither girl saw the tears brimming in each other's eyes. It is a pity that you cannot stay longer, Slade. Or do you prefer Ranma? The shaman said as he telepathically spoke with Nodoka-san. Slade nodded as he replied. Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened in the past few weeks and I have to see this through to the end. And by the way, I prefer to be called Slade. I don't care much for the name of Ranma. He briefly thought of his conversation with Magno a few days ago, then tabled those thoughts for a later, much later. Well, I guess this is goodbye. He turned around to leave for the shuttle. One moment, Slade. The shaman put a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. As the Tekkaman turned about, the elder man projected his thoughts. I sense great anger and intensity within you. In finding your past, you have also found the anguish and suffering that you had endured long ago, correct? Slade gave the old man a lopsided smile. Well, that's one way of putting it. I found lost memories that should have stayed lost. They've brought me nothing but pain and misery, and I definitely would have been better off never knowing who I used to be. Again an image of Magno entered his mind, then was quickly dismissed. But those memories are a part of you, Slade. They are what shaped you into who you are now. And they cannot be denied any more than you could deny your soul. HMPF. It doesn't really matter now. I'm Slade, now and forever. Ranma Sodom died centuries ago and that's that. So you say. However, you needed to find your past in order to find yourself in the present and lead you towards your future. Learning from your past is always the best way to shape one's destiny. Perhaps if you were to speak to someone who has learned that hard lesson, you will see the value of what I am telling you now. Yeah, and who might that be? As if in answer to his question, a certain someone appeared from behind a tree. There was the telltale of a hover motor as he approached the two in a high-tech wheelchair. When he came into view, Slade immediately recognized him. You. Rabbi nodded as he spoke to the Tekkaman with his thoughts. You were right. You did send me to hell. It would have been more merciful if you had killed me. The trader was in a sorry state as both of his arms and legs had been amputated when he had been harvested. His face was riddled with scars, as well as the rest of his body. The technological eye patch now covered the open socket of the missing left eye. Much of what was left of his human form was now linked up with an elaborate life support system. Tubes and wires were constantly pumping nutrients and solutions into him to keep him alive. Slade's hands clenched into fists as he tensed up. He then growled at the former harvester agent. What are you doing here? And more importantly, what makes you think I won't finish the job? Give me one half-decent reason why I shouldn't reduce you into a smear for all of the suffering and death you caused. For all of those planets you betrayed to the harvesters. Tell me why I shouldn't just put you out of everyone's misery. Rabbi was silent for a moment in contemplation, then telepathically replied, Actually, I can't think of a single reason why you shouldn't kill me. Then again, I don't have anyone to blame but myself for what happened. So go ahead. I deserve to die for what I did. Huh? The sincerity in his thoughts caught Slade off guard. Due to the telepathy, he could feel the emotion in Rabbi's thoughts and they were of genuine regret, coupled with a desire for atonement. From prior experience, Slade knew that Rabbi could not be trusted. So why was he sensing actual remorse from this traitor? Go ahead, Rabbi urged. and make certain that my end is as painful as possible. I won't stop you. Not that I could anyway. I know it's not much of a penance, but at least all of those planets I sold out will get some measure of justice. I've got a lot to answer for when I see my maker, but at least I can do something good with my life by ending it. This sudden admittance of his sins, coupled with a need to make amends for them, caused the anger in Slade to subside and his curiosity to surface. He relaxed his fists and asked in a suspicious tone, "What happened to you?" Rabbi shrugged his shoulders. "They say that one reaps what one sows, and I should have realized that I was planting a very bitter crop." Meanwhile, Don Megele, Tekkaman dagger, axe and rapier surveyed the devastated landscape with satisfaction. The invasion of the all-female planet was going well and nearly all resistance had been crushed. More than 100,000 Tekkapod spore plants had already taken root into the planet's surface, and soon the entire populace would become the minions of the Radam. There were some small bands of Megele's inhabitants that continued to hold out against the legions of spider crabs, but they were considered inconsequential and would soon fall under the might of Tekkaman's armies. The remnants of the world's space forces were scattered and no longer presented a threat to the Radam. Their mighty planetary defenses proved to be no match against the invaders and were easily overrun. Soon they would capture the major cities of Megele, and every one of the women, from the very old to the newly born, would become slaves to Tekkaman, or perish. In her citadel, Grandma let off a sigh and shook her head. To think that it would come to this. Their much vaunted technology and superiority over the men of Tarak had come to naught against these cruel destroyers. Their great space fleets had been reduced to a paltry force of a few dozen ships. Hundreds of thousands of brave women had been slaughtered. Those that had not been killed outright were captured by the aliens, and the elderly supreme leader of Megele didn't even want to think what had become of them. In the beginning, the women had encountered only those strange spider crabs. Those monsters were mindless, and it was thought that with enough power, they could be stopped. However, as time passed, it was apparent that it would take all the power of Megele's military just to hold them at bay. There seemed to be no end to them, and for every one that was destroyed, a dozen more would take its place. It looked as if the females would be overwhelmed by their sheer force of numbers. Then, the Tekkaman came. From that point on, Megele lost a great many of its daughters. Those strange armored beings, each possessing unimaginable power, made short work of all who stood in their way as they directed the spider crabs. Many more of the women fell to the enemy, with the majority of the surviving inhabitants now grouped in the massive, underground shelters that had been built in case of planetary disaster. Grandma had to consider the unthinkable, abandoning the planet. In other words, another great migration to Tarak. The aged woman felt every one of her years weigh down on her shoulders as she came to a decision. To ensure the survival of her people, they would have to leave their homes and forsake all those who had been captured by the aliens, and they would have to cast aside their ingrained prejudices against the men. for they were their last hope against extinction. The planet Tarak had not yet been touched by those grotesque spore plants, and its inhabitants were putting up better resistance against the invaders. Ironically, that which made them inferior in the eyes of the women was their edge against the aliens. Men were considered brutish and uncontrolled savages, especially in those barbaric machines called Vandreads. However, it was that aggressive drive and experience with close combat which made them more effective against the hordes of spider crabs. Their planet was a desolate wasteland, but that worked in their favor as the environment was less sweet for the alien spore plants to propagate. They were not as dependent on technology as the women, so they relied more on their base instincts. They didn't need much to survive, and their lack of vanity over personal appearance ensured that they did not squander precious resources. To put it simply, the men of Tarak and the women of Megele would have to join forces if the human race were to survive. Meanwhile, "All right, Rabbi. What's the catch?" Slade asked suspiciously. "No catch. No deal. No hidden agenda," the crippled trader replied. "I'm asking. No, I'm begging you to kill me. Just like that. Not that I'm not tempted, 'cause I really am in the mood I'm in, but it's not like you to willingly ask for assisted suicide. Everything you've done, it was to save your own hide, at the cost of countless millions. And as you can see, I've got very little left of my hide to save." The former harvester agent sighed. "I'm not asking for forgiveness for what I've done. Hell, if I were in your position, I would have itemized someone like me a long time ago. They tore me apart, Slade. They threw poor Utan into space. They didn't even give me a chance to explain. I was no longer full to them, since I couldn't get any more information for them. To them, I was just spare parts. And just now you want to pay for all your crimes?" Slade said incredulously. "Better late than never, I suppose. Then again, what they did to me wouldn't even come close to paying back what I owe. I experienced firsthand what they did to all those people I betrayed. They didn't just kill their victims and take their organs. They tore them apart piece by piece, keeping them alive for as long as possible to ensure that the body parts were in the best condition. You know what that feels like? It was like being constantly cut into and pulled apart. Every time they sliced off skin, removed a piece of bone, or plucked an eye, you could feel each sensation. You begin to wish for death, but they won't let you die until every part of you is dismembered. You don't die until they decide to let you die. By then, there's not enough left of you to cover a nanochip. I saw them do it to hundreds of people before they started on me. And their screams still haunt me in my sleep. Those images keep me awake at night. And when the harvesters were destroyed by the Radam, it didn't end there. What the organ hunters did to humankind didn't even begin to compare to the cruelty those aliens were capable of. Ever hear of a Radam mind parasite? Slade nodded as he remembered the attack by Tekkadread carnage. I've seen those things. They forced a couple of our comrades to turn against us. They nearly destroyed the nirvana. They are the devil's tools. They take over your mind and will. At least with the harvesters, my thoughts were still my own. But with the Radam, I wasn't even given the luxury to think. And they brought out the darkest parts of my inner self, making me see every detail of my sins. It was like an unending nightmare, but the problem was that I wasn't sleeping. Do you know what it's like to be that helpless in both body and mind? I would have lost all hold on reality if I hadn't eventually landed on this planet. These people helped me understand the hard lessons that they tried to teach me before, but I was too arrogant and stupid to listen. This comment caught Slade by surprise as he addressed the shaman. You knew Rabbi from before? How long have you known him? For several years. The telepath replied mentally. Rabbi came to us in a scout ship, a little before the harvesters first started attacking planets. He was lost both physically and spiritually. We tried to educate him, and help him find his way. We had sensed that he would eventually come in contact with the Chosen One. Namely you. Me. What are you talking about? We knew from the day we lost our voices, that a savior would come and rescue humankind from a threat that was even greater than the harvesters. At first we thought it was Rabbi, but when you came a few years later, we knew that the time of deliverance was drawing near. This angered Rabbi, since he thought he was the chosen one. I suppose his disappointment fueled his anger, but we never expected him to betray his own kind to the harvesters. However, though his body could not be saved, his soul could be salvaged. Thanks to you, he has seen the error of his past and wishes to atone. Can you not let this go and do the same? Rabbi nodded solemnly. I wouldn't hold it against you if you wasted me here and now. I most certainly deserve it. But I'd like to tell you this. Take it from me. It doesn't do you any good to ignore your history, because it's always going to come back to you. I learned too late of the price one pays when one decides to disregard what one has done and learned in the past. Don't let that happen to you. Slade angrily raised a hand and began powering up for a ki blast, aiming it directly at Rabbi. How dare this traitor preach to him about never forgetting one's past? It was his life and it didn't need any reminders of what he was as Ranma Sodom and of his mother. Nodoka. As he prepared to vaporize the former harvester agent, an image of his mother appeared in his mind. She represented all the pain, bitterness and loneliness that he suffered while growing up. She had abandoned him and left him without a shoulder to cry on, or a loving embrace. He had endured the cat fist, the anything goes training, the humiliation of being hunted by the law for crimes his father committed, the near drowning at Jusenkyo and the centuries of being in the Tekkapod, all without his mother. Magno had some nerve to think that she could just pick up where she left off centuries ago, calling him her beloved son. H.H. He never needed his mother then and he didn't need her now. And he most certainly didn't need a former traitor telling him how to live his life. Slade's hand trembled as all of his inner energies were being focused and primed. Rabbi took a deep breath and prepared for the end. There was a long, silent pause as not a word, spoken or mental, was said. Then the Tekkaman powered down and simply walked away from area. Some time later, Slade leaned against a tree and stared up at the night sky, deep in thought. He wondered why he didn't destroy Rabbi when he had the chance, and eventually came to the conclusion that anything that he did to the scumbag now wouldn't have made any difference. Rabbi was already living in hell, and he would have to deal with it for the rest of his life and beyond. Then his words came back to him. Rabbi, take it from me. It doesn't do you any good to ignore your history, because it's always going to come back to you. It was then that he sensed the approach of someone. He could tell by the shuffling footsteps and the impact of a walking cane who it was. He neither faced Magno nor acknowledged her presence as he continued to gaze at the star-studded sky. Vivian Magno, or rather Nodoka Tensuk, formerly Sodom, could feel the anger in the air. She had wanted to speak with her newly found firstborn son, but after their last conversation, she had to tread gently and choose her words carefully. She believed he meant what he said when he threatened to leave the Nirvana if she ever revealed to anyone on the ship that she was his mother. She had later told Puero and Parfait not to say anything, since they already knew about Slade's heritage, due to their research into his past and Nodoka's. Oh, but how she wanted to embrace her long-lost child once more. It had been a terrible blow to her when she had been told of Ranma's death. After losing her second son Kenji, Nodoka had sworn never to have children again, for fear of losing them and suffering the pain of outliving one's offspring. After taking up the identity of Vivian Magno, she stuck to her vow, and it wasn't until becoming captain of the Megele pirates that she began to feel the joys of being a parent again. The crew of the Nirvana were like her children, and every one of the 150 members were surrogate daughters. However, now that her first child Ranma had miraculously returned to her, she had begun to hope to regain that which she had thought was lost to her. She had been given another chance to be the mother that she should have been. She should have never let Genma take him away from her, and she'd be damned if she allowed the Radam or anything else take him from her again. But it seemed that dream was dead the moment it was realized, as her son felt nothing but resentment and bitterness toward her. In retrospect, she couldn't really blame him. After all, where was she when he was growing up with just his father? During her first life as Nodoka Sodom, she had been informed by the police of all the crimes her husband had committed over the time he was training Ranma. She still held out hope that she and her son could reconcile and become a family again. She had even entertained thoughts of becoming a grandmother. She already knew about the feelings that Jura, Mia and Dinah had toward her son. She smiled at the image of little versions of Ranma and her surrogate daughters running about. However, with his promise to leave the Nirvana once the Radam were defeated, and their destination only a mere week away, she didn't have much time. Once the enemy was dealt with, Ranma would once again disappear from her life, this time for good. She could not bear to lose him all over again. A slight moisture began to form in her eyes. Well, are you going to just stand there, or did you come to tell me something, Captain? The tone in which he addressed her left Magna with little doubt that he wanted nothing to do with her. She quickly blinked away the tears and took a deep breath before replying. The Nirvana is now fully stocked and all repairs have been made. We will be arriving at the Megele and Tarak sectors within 7 days. It's time for us to leave. I'll be at the shuttle in an hour, Slade said simply. Very well. There was another long pause between them. The tension in the air became even more dense. Was there something else, Captain? Slade stressed. Nodoka was tempted. She was so tempted to wrap her arms tightly around her son and cry, but she knew that if she did so, she would run the risk of losing him. She still had a week to try and bridge that gap between them that had spanned the centuries. At the very least, he would still be with the Nirvana for a little while longer. No, there isn't anything else. I'll see you back at the Nirvana. With that, she turned about and walked away. She made certain that he would not see the tears that were streaming down her aged visage. However, if she had stayed a little longer, she would have seen similar moisture forming in her son's eyes. He angrily wiped them away as wondered just where the humidity had come from. An hour later, Misty looked up at the sky as she and several groups of the planet's inhabitants watched the shuttle rise up into the sky to rendezvous with the pirate vessel that was in orbit. As the craft became a distant dot of light, she sniffled a bit and let off a sigh. She had made her choice and it was time to begin her new life. On her shoulder, Q-chan squeaked and let off a tittering noise, as if it was trying to cheer him up. Well, that's it. Goodbye, my Prince Charming. I'll never forget. Hey there. What's a cute girl like you being all gloomy about? Misty turned about to address the person and her heart skipped a beat as she beheld a total hunk. Hi. My name's Galeon Viper-san, but I'm also known as Tekkaman Phantom. On the Nirvana. Are you sure that Galeon didn't want to come with us? Mia asked as she and Slade watched the retreating image of the planet from the observation deck of the biopark. We could use his help against the Radam. Slade shook his head. No. He said that he was still needed to protect the refugees against any attack, should the Radam come their way. We're just going to have to make do with 4 Tekkaman, 5 if you count the dock, and whatever else we can muster. The captain said that we'll rendezvous first with the other pirates that you had left behind when this journey first started. It will be good to see the others. Mia nodded as she smiled. She had lightened her mood considerably since she had met Slade. You'll like them. They're good people and you won't find better fighters anywhere in the galaxy. She then blushed a bit as she added, present company accepted. Slade smiled a bit. Well, I'll take your word for it, though I'm not too sure that they'd welcome a man with open arms. I mean, no offense, but they are from Megele and I wouldn't expect them to just forget the idea that men are the enemy. I'm sure they'll like you. the former Dread leader insisted, then added shyly. After all, I got to like you. A lot. This made the Tekkaman a bit nervous, especially with the look she was giving him. When their eyes made direct contact with each other, she swallowed hard as she began to lean forward. Ooh, Mia. The girl leaned even closer and Slade's heartbeat began to accelerate. Since when was she ever this forward? I mean, I really like you. Mia stressed. Well, I like you too. And at that point, Slade's mental faculties were on standby as he found himself instinctively leaning toward her. As the distance between their lips began to shrink to less than an inch away, both began to feel an unknown force begin to draw them even closer together. Mia could almost taste the kiss. Mr. Alien. Both Tekkaman winced as they turned to see the bubbly redhead approach them. Mia was irritated that her fellow space warrior interrupted what would have been her first kiss. As for Slade, he was annoyed that Dinah was still calling him Mr. Alien. Dinah, what did I tell you before? My name is Slade. Or Ranma. I'm not going to take this Mr. Alien nonsense anymore. How many times do I have to remind you? Does everything I tell you just goes in one ear and out the other? I've got enough to irritate me as is. The glare and tone of voice he used gave Dinah a bit of a shock. Sure, he had always been a little aggravated whenever she called him Mr. Alien, but now, the anger he displayed frightened her. She had only meant to greet him as she always did, and calling him Mr. Alien had just slipped out due to habit. She had been seeing less and less of him as they neared her home planet. She had also begun to notice that Jura and Mia were monopolizing their time with the White Tekkaman. She had started to fear that her competition was going to take him away from her. Jura and Mia were her best friends and she would gladly lay down her life to help them. However, when it concerned Slade, she felt as if she was the only one who should be so close. She was the first one who met him and accepted him as part of the crew. She didn't care that he was a man and she was the first to combine with him. And then there was that time during Christmas when he gave her the rough diamond pendant. Her most intimate contact with him was during the time she had entered his mind and saw him as he really was. As Ranma showed him, who had suffered a tortured and lonely childhood. Her heart had went out to him and she knew that she truly loved her Mr. Alien. Now, it seemed that her slip of the tongue may have caused a rift between them and irreparably damaged her relationship with him. Her expression became downcast and moisture started to form in her eyes. When Slade saw that she was on the verge of tears, he immediately regretted his outburst. He hadn't meant to blow up on her, and he still couldn't stand to see a girl cry. Dinah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. Dinah immediately turned about and ran, not wanting to let anyone see the tears that were now running down her cheeks. She was gone in a heartbeat. Slade shook his head sadly and sighed as he addressed Mia. Damn. I really screwed up. I'm sorry, Mia. We're going to have to talk later. I have to. Mia nodded as she replied. It's alright. I understand. Go ahead. The former Sodom noticed the disappointment in her eyes and voice. He nodded and turned to go after Dinah. As he departed, he realized the irony. He had upset a girl with his insensitivity, and now he had to break another girl's heart, just so he could fix the heart of the first one. Ever since learning of his past as Ranma Sodom, his life had gotten very complicated. Knock. Knock. Dinah. Can I come in? There was a long pause and silence, but no response. Slade took a deep breath and decided to enter. Using the override code, he made the door to her quarters open and stepped inside. He found Dinah sobbing away, face down on her bed. He slowly approached her and sat down beside her. The redhead took no notice of his presence as she continued to cry. Dinah, I'm sorry. I really am. I didn't mean to say all those things. Dinah wept for a minute before responding. You hate me now, don't you? Sob, I mean, why should you even want to be with someone? Sob, when she can't even see your name right. Slade shook his head as he gently placed a hand on her left shoulder. Dinah, I don't hate you for not using my name. Dinah stopped sniffling as she sat up and faced him. It pained Slade to see her cheeks red and puffy from her tears. She took a deep breath, then said, You don't? The white Tekkaman shook his head while giving her shoulder a gentle pat. No, I don't. It's just that a lot of things have happened to me and I just learned of something that really got me on edge. An image of Magna crossed his mind briefly. When I heard you call me Mr. Alien again, I lost it. I didn't mean to lash out at you. I'm sorry. What is it? What got you so angry? She asked as she forgot her sadness to feel worried about him. Well, I'd rather not talk about it, he replied. It's something I've got to work out on my own. Just so you know, it's not your fault or anyone else. Can you forgive me? Dinah's smile came back as she was assured that everything was all right. There's nothing to forgive, silly. I'm glad that you don't hate me. She then quickly embraced him in a joyous hug. I promise to call you by your name from now on. Do you want to be called Slade, Ranma or D-Boy? Slade stiffened at the sudden display of affection, then decided to let it go. He sighed as he replied, Slade will be fine. The redhead then broke away as she plonked out happily. I just realized something. You finally kept your promise. Promise? He thought for a moment, then caught on. Oh, that's right. I did promise to come to your room. He then took in his surroundings of Dinah's quarters. As expected, there was a hodgepodge of items and pictures concerning aliens was scattered about her living area. Though he did notice a few pictures of him and several members of the crew. One picture in particular caught his attention. It was him and Dinah during the Christmas party, along with the majority of the crew. He picked it up and smiled, remembering those good times. It was almost as if he had become part of the Nirvana family. Then he felt a bit of depression at the thought of having a family. He didn't have any family, At least not anymore. The only person whom he could call as family was Vivian Magno. Slade. He then put the picture down and turned to face Dinah. He was a bit surprised to see her standing in front of him, considering that he didn't even sense her approach. What was more surprising was that she had called him by name, finally. It was then that he noticed that she had the same look in her eyes that Mia had a few minutes ago, and that she was leaning toward him. And his lips. Oh. The planet Tarak. What did you say? Grandpa asked as one of his subordinates came to his quarters. In the subordinate's hands was a message pad. I am sorry to disturb you, my lord Grandpa. He gave him a salute as he handed him the message that one of the long-range communications outposts had received. This was just transmitted to Station 49A and decoded. It's from Lady Grandma of Megele. The century-old supreme leader of the planet of men looked at the message and his eyes widened in disbelief. He looked back at the messenger and asked, "Are you certain that this message is genuine?" "Absolutely, Lord Grandpa." The message was encrypted in the ancient code and was verified in triplicate. The DNA marker on the message matched exactly to the one that we had on file. Voice and frequency codes also matched. It is most definitely from Lady Grandma. I see. Very well then, Lieutenant. You are dismissed. The young man saluted his leader, then left the old man to contemplate the message in silence. So, after all this time, you finally decide to contact me, eh? I can only wonder what would make you swallow your pride to speak with me after 100 years. He then pressed the playback button and watched the screen of the message pad light up, displaying the ancient visage of his female counterpart. Then the image spoke. Lord Grandpa, if you are hearing this message, then you must assume that my world of Megele and yours of Tarak are in the most gravest of dangers. You must undoubtedly be aware of the strange alien forces that are attacking our worlds. They are unlike anything our two planets have ever faced before, and seem to be unstoppable. The old man nodded as he remembered the reports that his military staff had given to him. So far, the men of Tarak had been able to hold back the vicious hordes of spider crabs and prevent them from overrunning the outer boundaries of their sector of space. However, he had a feeling that the enemy was only testing the planet's defenses. He then continued to listen to the message. At first, I thought that it might have had something to do with the message I had received from the Magno pirates several months ago. I had later scanned it. I also know that you had received a similar message from them, pertaining to a group called the Harvesters. Knowing you as I do, you probably scanned it once, then had it deleted. However, upon further investigation, I now have evidence to believe that this new threat is not the Harvesters, but something far worse. These aliens are not interested in our organs as the message from Vivian Magno had stated. Their only goal is the enslavement of all humankind and total conquest. And if subjugation is not possible, then they are more than willing to send us into extinction. Already, countless thousands of the women have been slaughtered or captured. Our forces cannot stand against these monsters. It is with a heavy heart that I must consider the unthinkable. And my people abandon their homes and planet. Megele cannot be saved and we must forsake our home world. Forever. This caught Grandpa by surprise. The men of Tarak would have never considered leaving their world. Certainly it wasn't as prosperous as Megele, but it was theirs and they would defend it to the last man. They had taken everything the planet had thrown at them and survived. They had endured hardships on a scale that would have been unimaginable on the female world. Through it all, they had persevered and they'll be damned if they would let some unknown enemy take away what they had rightfully earned, the right to live free. I know that you may think of us as cowardly and soft for abandoning our world, but I only made this decision after weighing all of my options. As you know, members of the first generation still slumber within cold sleep and it is both our duty to ensure that they will one day awaken. I cannot guarantee this if there is no world for them to live on. You two also must consider this. And so, I had already begun preparations for another migration. To your home world of Tarak. We ask that you allow us to land on your planet. At this point, Grandpa began to think that Grandma had gone insane. After 100 years of animosity between the genders, she was now planning to have the entire population of Megele move to Tarak. She was expecting the men to just accept this proposal. After all that's happened between the sexes and what had caused the separation in the first place. I know that you think that I had gone mad to even suggest this, but we are left with no other option. Please, Grandpa, my husband, help us. Domineer's Anna. Slade shook his head as he walked down the hallway. Things had gotten really tense after barely managing to beat off Dinah's advances yesterday. Apparently the naive red-haired girl was beginning to grow out of her childlike behavior and was now acting on her more primal instincts. It had taken all of his willpower not to give in to his desires and tell Dinah that he needed time to think. The Tekkaman wondered just how much longer he could hold out against such temptation. It's not that he didn't want to, because in fact he had been constantly taking ice-cold showers that would have given anyone a terminal case of pneumonia. He really wanted to do it. He wanted to do the wild thing with Jura non-stop. He wanted to constantly keep Mia in a state of ecstasy. He wanted to hear Dinah scream with pleasure. He wanted to. Hey, I can't do it. I want to, but I can't. He took a few calming breaths and shook his head. In his heart, he knew why he was so reluctant. He couldn't risk breaking the hearts of the others if he were to choose any of the girls. And contrary to what Magno had told him before, he wasn't going to have numerous relationships, despite the captain's approval. He wanted to have a meaningful and intimate relationship with someone who loved him for who he was, and understood his feelings. The problem was, he could easily see himself having that kind of relationship with Jura, Mia, or Dinah. He tabled those thoughts for later as he was called to the conference room. at the conference room. As you know, we are now only 5 days away from Megele's sector of space. Magno said as she gestured to a holographic star chart. Before we try and make contact with the Megele world government, we will first be making a rendezvous with the other pirates that we had left behind during that raid on the Ikazuchi 1 year ago. Puzo nodded as she gestured to an area on the chart. We will be arriving at the rendezvous point in 3 hours. Once we've filled them in on the Radam menace, we will then present our case to Lady Grandma. The pirate captain nodded. It has been some time since we've seen our comrades. She then glanced over to Slade, Bart and Puero, whom she had invited to the briefing. I am taking a big risk in allowing you into our most secret place of operations. You three will be the first men to ever see our base. Though giving no outward sign, BC tensed up a bit at the captain's statement. Puero nodded as he held up a hand. Rest assured, Captain. I will not divulge any information to the Tarak military or government. I give you my word as this vessel's physician and as a friend. Bart smiled as he nodded in agreement. Yeah, same for me too. As for Slade, he gave the old woman an expressionless gaze, then said, I won't tell anyone. Some secrets should be kept secret. Magno nodded as she caught the hidden meaning in his words. Though it pained her each time he addressed her like that, she still had to keep hoping that it would all work out. It was at that moment that Puero decided to reveal some good news for a change. Oh yes, I wanted to inform all of you that Vascogni is now well enough to resume her duties as head supplier. Really? She's finally awakened and recovered from her injuries? PC inquired. The Tarak doctor nodded. As of yesterday, her vital signs were deemed as normal and she no longer needs to remain in the cryopod. All of her injuries have been healed and she is now in the final stages of physical rehabilitation. I am confident that she will regain full strength and health within 12 hours. Therefore I have certified her as fit for duty. That's great, Doc, Slade said with a smile. He had missed his old poker buddy, despite the fact that she regularly trounced him at cards. Then he realized something. With Vasco coming back, that meant that Yukio XGI would no longer be running the register and would be back on the Warrior Squadron. Slade sighed as he hoped that he could smooth things over with her before they reached the pirate base. Fortunately for Slade, someone else was going to play peacemaker. In the sick bay, Vascogni growled as she laid on the bed. She had just recently been revived from the cryopod and was anxious to get back to work in the register. However, after spending months in hibernation, her strength had not yet fully returned and her limbs were weak and stiff from lack of use. Puero had assured her that she would be back on her feet in a few hours, but until then, she had to allow her body readjust to being alive again. At that moment, the sickbay doors opened and in stepped one of her favorite stage hands, Yukio. Fuken. The muscular woman smiled as she greeted the brown-haired girl. It's about time someone decided to visit this old gal. So how has things been going in the register since I became a popsicle? I hear you've been taking good care of my girls since then. The younger female blushed a bit at the praise. It was rare when Gascoigne gave out any kind of compliments. It's been pretty rough since I had to fill in your shoes. It's good to have you back, Miss Casco. Gascoigne scowled slightly at the nickname. Now what did I tell you before? It's Gascoigne. The only person who's allowed to call me Gasco is D-Boy. By the way, how's things going with Slade? You two seem to have been getting along before I took my long nap. At that point, the descendant of the original Luke took on a hard expression. She was barely able to contain her rage over the source of her family's dishonor as she said, "Why would I want to associate with that dishonorable scumbag?" This sudden reversal caught Gascoigne completely by surprise. An hour later. "You're not serious, are you?" Gascoigne exclaimed. "That's the reason why you hate D-Boy so much? And the reason why you hated men in general? Because of a cart that was stolen over 550 years ago." She had been brought up to speed over Slade's, or rather Ranma's past and how it had affected Yukio the XGII's family throughout the generations. It was more than just a cart. Yukio insisted. "He dishonored my family when he took that Okonomiyaki cart and left my ancestor behind. He promised to take her with him. He promised." "Whoa! Slow down." The head supplier waved her hands. "Let me get this straight. You're saying that he promised to take your ancestor with him when he took your family's cart? From what you told me, your ancestor and Slade were only 6 years old at the time. Why would a 6-year-old make a promise like that?" At this point, Yukio bowed her head in embarrassment as she responded quietly, "Well, Slade was supposed to." "Supposed to what?" Her superior pressed. In the quietest voice she could manage, she whispered her reply. "He was supposed to marry her." "Huh? Marry? What's marry?" That term was totally unknown to the Megele-born head supplier. Yukio swallowed hard as she tried to explain. "It's heresy to even consider this on Megele. The word marry means like what we do on Megele with omas and famas. But it's between a woman and a man. The cart was supposed to have been my ancestor's dowry." "Whoa." Gascoigne left a bit dumbfounded. Sure, she was aware that men and women used to live together, but for a Megele woman to admit that the source of her centuries-long grudge was because her ancestor was cheated out of becoming the mate to a man was unbelievable. Still, Yukio's explanation of her hatred towards Slade didn't make any sense. Why would she be angry over something that had nothing to do with her? This happened centuries ago. Was she actually carrying an absurd grudge that had been passed down through 16 generations? "So now you know why I can't just forgive Slade for what he did to my family." Yukio the 17th finished. "Yes, I know the reason why you're angry, but I can't agree with it," Gascoigne said. "Fukin, I can't believe that this is why you hate men and Slade. Especially after all he's done for you and this ship. If it weren't for him, none of us, including yourself, would be here today. He dishonored my family. Yukio protested. He must pay for what he's done. Pay for what he's done, or what you believe he's done. Gascogni stressed. Yukio, what you're telling me is that you're hating the boy over something that happened centuries ago, and it has been ingrained into you since you were born. And I don't believe that Slade would hurt anyone intentionally, or go back on any promise. How would you know? You weren't there. Yukio cried out. Neither were you. Her superior pointed out. All you have is what your fama has told you, which was told by her fama and all those who came before her. I could understand Yukio the first being mad over being deserted, but I can't see why you would be. And don't you think you should get Slade's side of the story before you pass judgment? He was there and he might be able to fill in the gaps. Maybe I can. A new voice said, drawing the attention of both women toward the door of the sick bay. Leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest, Slade nodded to them. He had just come to the sick bay to check on Gascogni and had listened in on Yukio the XGII's story. It had brought back long-forgotten memories of his early childhood. He did remember those happy times with the original Yukio and how sad he had been when he was forced to leave her. He hadn't even realized that she had been a girl until after hearing her descendant's tale. Then certain aspects of those memories that had once been confusing to him were now finally clear. His old friend's descendant snarled at him. So you finally decided to admit to your crime and take your punishment? Slade shook his head as he enfolded his arms and took a neutral stance. I didn't come here to atone for a crime I didn't commit. Liar! You stole my family's card and broke your promise to my ancestor. You ruined my family's honor and reputation. Slade shook his head again. Yukio, I'm telling you the truth. I didn't make any promises to my old buddy Yukin to take her with me on that training journey. In fact, I didn't even know that she was a girl. This caught the current Yukio off guard, as well as shocking Gascogni. What? The Tekkaman sighed and said, oh come on now. Do you really think a 6-year-old kid would know any better? Would he know about marriage and dowries? I do remember all those times with my old buddy Yukin, but I never once remember her telling me that she was into boys. She never wore any dresses and I never saw her naked. All I saw was somebody that I could play with. It was pretty lonely during that training journey and I had nothing but that idiot father of mine for company. That still doesn't change the fact that you stole my family's card and left my ancestor on the side of the road. Yukio shot back. You went back on your promise. Slade let off another sigh. I'm telling you that I did not make any promises to her when I left her. As for the cart, I do remember having it when Pops and I left, but I was told that it was a gift. You expect me to believe that? It's what I remember. But, considering that my Pops was nothing but a lying idiot, and didn't make any sense at times, What do you mean? Well, I do remember him asking me one time if I liked Yukio or Okonomiyaki. I wasn't exactly sure why he was asking and he never told me the reason, so I just thought he meant food. So I said Okonomiyaki. The very next day, he's running away with me and the cart and Nuke was running after us. I think I'm starting to understand, D-boy. Bascogni said as she started to hypothesize what may have occurred all those centuries ago. She then addressed Yukio the XDII. Pukin, I believe Slade when he says that he never made any promises to your ancestor. I think that promise was made by his... What did you call him again, Slade? My father. He'd be the Oma in this case. His name was John Misodom and he was a total moron. He let off a disgusted sigh as he remembered all the pain and suffering he had endured for 10 years. Basco nodded. Yes, well I think it was him who made that promise and not you. After all, a 6-year-old wouldn't even know about the concept of a dowry or marriage. It would make sense that the parent would arrange a marriage for his or her child, right? Slade nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, Pops and Nuken's dad used to talk a lot and it's possible that they could have made an agreement. Oh no. He snapped his fingers in realization. Now I get it. Damn you, Pops. What are you talking about? Yukio demanded. Now I know why he asked me if I liked Yukio or Okonomiyaki. That bastard. He wanted the cart but didn't want to keep his promise. The head supplier then filled in the last piece of the puzzle. And when you said Okonomiyaki, your thieving father took that as an excuse to take the cart. He just stole it, plain and simple. Left parenthesis 2, she then addressed Yukio. Slade wasn't the one who broke the vow to take your ancestor along. It was his father. He never informed Slade that he was offered the cart in exchange for a marriage between his child and her, and most likely would have put the blame on him. That sounds just about what Pops would do. Slade growled. That idiot only thought about his stomach, and I usually ended up paying for all the crimes he committed. It looks like Yukio's family has been angry at the wrong person all this time. What? Yukio gasped. Bascogni explained. A 6-year-old boy making a marriage arrangement for himself? I don't think so. However, a scheming parent who uses his own child as a bargaining chip to steal from another family and not even telling his child about it, makes perfect sense. It explains why Slade can't remember the promise made to your family. He never made it and was never informed of it. And when he left without knowing that his father had committed a great wrong, I think that being abandoned would be traumatic to a young girl. And she was probably unaware that Slade didn't know about the promise either. So she blamed him for a crime that he didn't commit. I think you've got it, Ms. Casco. Slade said as it all fit in with what he remembered. No. It can't be true. Yukio said while shaking her head in denial. It all fits. The head supplier said. The anger that your family has had against Slade has been wrongly focused. He can't be held responsible for something that he neither knew about, nor agreed to. The true villain was his father, both for using his child's innocence and naivete, and for stealing from your ancestor. This hatred that your family has maintained has been misguided, and it's time that you finally let it go. No. It's not possible. I can't believe. Yukio sank to her knees as she went into a kind of zombie-like state. Her eyes became watery as the truth began to sink in. Everything that she had been taught to hate about Ranma since her birth had been forgot. Then, after a long while, she held up her hands to her face and started to weep with the realization that she had been hating him for no reason. Slade knelt down beside her and gave her a shoulder to cry. He said nothing as he allowed Yukio to let it all out. He got a nod of approval from Gascogni. Finally, between sobs and sniffles, Awakens spoke. I'm sorry, Slade. 2 hours later, on the bridge, Magno nodded to her crew as the ship reached the rendezvous point where it would meet up with the other pirates. Standing beside the aged captain, Slade, Tuero, BCE, Mia, Dinah and Jura waited as Amaron continued to send out messages on all frequencies. A few minutes later, an encoded transmission was received. The pirates had arrived. The Nirvana came to a full stop as a dozen or so dread fighters came into view. They were not part of Magno's squadrons, but rather a patrol fleet from the pirates' hidden base. It was then that a section of space shimmered and glowed. Miraculously, a huge asteroid appeared from out of nowhere. On the main screen of the Nirvana's bridge, an attractive female with silver hair was displayed. She smiled as she greeted the crew. "Greetings, Captain Magno. It's been a while. We all thought that you and the others were lost during that raid a year ago. Everyone's glad to see that you had survived." Magno nodded to her. "Hello, Rebecca. It has been a long time, and there have been a lot of changes since that time." "Yes, I can see that." The dread pilot concurred as she looked at the transformed Ikazuchi. Then she noticed the men on the bridge. "Captain, may I ask why there are men on board your vessel? Are they prisoners?" "No, they are most certainly not," the 100-plus woman replied. "In fact, without them, we wouldn't have been able to make it back. They are an integral part of my crew and they will be treated as such. We'll fill you in on the details once all of the other captains are assembled in the Great Hall. For now, my crew needs to disembark and get in some R&R. Roger that, Captain Vivian Magno. Allow us to escort you ship." "My vessel's name is the Nirvana." "Then allow my squadron to escort the Nirvana to Heaven's Haven." "Heaven's Haven?" Tuero asked. Magno nodded. "Yes. That is the name of our base. We consider it to be our haven from the so-called paradise that was supposed to be Megele. I trust that you remember the reason why we became pirates." The physician nodded as he recalled the story that Gascogni had told him early on in the voyage. As he looked at the enormous asteroid that was before them, he understood the reason why the Tarak military could never find it. Not only was it hidden from sight with some kind of cloaking technology, but it was also outfitted with huge engines in the rear, meaning that it was mobile. It was never in the same place twice. The Nirvana was guided into the docking bay of the base. A few hours later, just about all of Magno's crew were overjoyed over the fact that they were finally able to leave the ship and reunite with their lost comrades and families. After spending a year out in uncharted space, the women of the Nirvana quickly took advantage of their furlough. As for the rest of the pirates, they were glad to see their long-lost compatriots again, but the presence of men in their midst was a bit unsettling. However, the oddest things about Magno's crew were the changes in certain individuals due to their prolonged contact with the males. Rebecca had a chance to finally see the child that Ezra had given birth to. As a new Oma, she was overjoyed to see little Nodoka, but she was more than irritated when Puro kept insisting that the child belonged to her and her name was Puro too. However, the greatest surprise was when she was informed that her child had been given her name by a man. And there were other instances in which the men had left an indelible mark on the lives of the crew. The sick gave Heaven's Haven. No. 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 What are you doing? Piley exclaimed as she chided a trainee nurse who was tending to a patient's burn. What are you talking about? The trainee asked as she was about to bind the wound. Piley shook her head. You don't just wrap up a burn like that without first administering a cellular disinfectant and bioregenerator. You want her to have scars? And you are tying it all wrong. This is how you do it. She quickly undid the wrap, applied the correct amount of medication, then expertly bound the arm of the patient. She then addressed the patient. Keep that bandage on for 24 hours, and don't scratch. Piley then moved over to another station and started lecturing another novice. Why aren't you manually counting the beads? Huh? The novice said in confusion. The pulse meter can do that. Piley threw her hands up. You forget how to count? What's going to happen if we have a power failure or a glitch in the system? Taking a person's vital signs is very important and you don't have to waste power to do it. She demonstrated by taking a thermometer out of one of her lab coat's pocket and stuck it under the tongue of the patient. She then took out a stethoscope and placed the probe on the patient's chest. She held up one hand of the patient and placed her index and middle fingers on the wrist. 15 seconds later, she wrote down the results on a pad. She showed it to the trainee, then rushed off to another station. The trainee looked down at the figures, then looked at the screen of the pulse meter, which was just coming up with the results. Her eyes widened as the numbers on the screen matched exactly to what Piley had written down. High above in the observation deck, the head medical officer watched in amazement as one girl tended to at least 15 patients almost simultaneously. She turned to her subordinate and asked, "Who is she?" The subordinate nodded as she read from a data pad. According to our records, she's Piley Enderberg, aged 13. She was the medical officer for Vivian Magno's crew during their disappearance. Oh, I am wondering just where she gained this kind of expertise. She has already correctly diagnosed several ailments and demonstrated proper procedures, all without using any of the standard equipment. In fact, she is showing skills that aren't regularly taught to first-year trainees on Megele. Explain. Well, before she and the others disappeared, she was ranked as a Class D medic. She could barely dress wounds and administer basic medications, let alone use some of the more advanced machines. Now she is showing intricate knowledge of anatomy, chemistry, first aid, preliminary diagnosis. Snap! Crackle! Pop! Both women looked down when they heard the sounds of someone's spine being straightened. A patient was in a state of absolute relief as she was thanking Pili for getting the kinks out of her back. And apparently, she is also an expert in physical therapy and chiropractics. The subordinate continued. And according to the report on her, she also possesses considerable experience in advanced surgery. The head medical officer stared in disbelief. She gulped and said, "And she learned all that in just 1 year? Who taught her all these skills? I don't think even the best medics on Megele could perform as well as she is doing. Look at her. She's tending to those patients like a pro and she's barely even using the machines." The subordinate then looked down at the rest of the report and her eyes widened in shock. "No. There must be a mistake." "What do you mean?" "According to this report, she was the apprentice to the chief medical officer of the Nirvana. I thought Pili was Vivian Magno's chief medical officer. She was before the raid on the Ikazuchi. Afterwards, the crew had appointed a new ship's physician and surgeon, which put Pili under his command." "His command?" Her superior stressed. The subordinate nodded, while still in a state of disbelief. The Nirvana's doctor had come from Tarak. His name is Dwaromacphile. You don't just send a person to the jacuzzi whenever you feel like it. Pili shouted. Elsewhere on the base, Dwaro was feeling somewhat uncomfortable at all the stares he was getting. Since he and the rest of the crew were given some leave time until Magna completed her business with the other pirate leaders, he had decided to explore Heaven's Haven. To his surprise, the pirate base was more like an urban city, rather than a hideout and headquarters. There were streets, shops, restaurants, parks and recreational centers. It even had an artificial sky, thanks to specialized holographic systems. It was as if the pirates had taken a chunk of Megele and transplanted it within the confines of the asteroid. They may have left the political beliefs and vanity of their home world, but they had not abandoned the comforts that it had afforded. Despite being among the wonders that were far different from his world of Tarak, Dwaro found it hard to enjoy himself right now. Granted, he was the only male in the crowds of women, but even so, the looks he was getting was making him nervous. Especially when he had one girl hanging on each arm and neither one was making the slightest effort at being inconspicuous. In fact, Barnett and Parfait were in a bit of tug-of-war with him as the rope. As soon as they found out that the doctor was going to look around the base, Perfect and Barnett immediately elected themselves to be his tour guide. However, each had different ideas as to where to lead the good doctor, and would rather prefer that the other would just get lost. I want to show him the engineering section. Perfect cried out. He doesn't want to see some boring reactor. Barnett shot back. Come on, Razor. I know of some really fun places. Like what? You'd probably drag him all over the gun shops and shooting galleries. She then looked up at Dwero and gave him a pleading look. If you don't want to see the engineering section, then we can go somewhere else. Are you hungry? I know of this great restaurant. Oh no. We're not taking him to some greasy spoon. Dwero then tried to get a word in. I am unfamiliar with the term greasy SP. Barnett then tugged at his arm. I have some living quarters here at Heaven's Haven. Let's go there, and I'll cook you a meal that'll put any restaurant and cafe to shame. As the two continued to argue, the crowds began to gather around them and Dwero. Some were curious since this was the first time they had ever seen a man before, but most were just puzzled over the spectacle of two women competing for the attentions of one man. In another part of Heaven's Haven, Slade was finally loosening up and having some fun, especially after the emotional roller coaster he had been riding for the last few days. He was given a chance to forget his problems for a while as he had been led to one of the more popular dance clubs. Along with him was Jura, Mia and Dinah. Of course, being one of the few males in the city gave him more than his fair share of spectators. He gave everyone a good heart smile and showed them how to enjoy oneself. To the amazement of all those who were watching, Slade showed exceptional grace and coordination as he moved to the beat of the music. He showed off some moves that he had learned during his planet-hopping days, including long-forgotten steps like the twist, the moonwalk, the bump, and some moves from a certain fellow named Elvis Presley. His dance partners and fellow Tekkaman were the only ones who could keep up with him, due to their enhanced endurance. Even the normally reserved Mia found herself letting go of her inhibitions and just feel the groove. She was already shocking many who knew her by going into public in a dress. And it was all because of a certain someone who had managed to work his way into her heart. Jura swayed and jiggled all over the place as she gyrated in time with Slade and the music. She was glad to see the future Oma to her children finally showing a more fun side. Maybe now he'd consent to giving her what she desired the most. And it wasn't just his seed she was after anymore. Dinah smiled as she watched Mr. Alien. No, Slade enjoyed himself. It made her so happy to see him smile. He had been so moody and emotionally drained lately. And now with their journey nearly at an end, maybe he would consider becoming part of the crew. It was her dearest wish that she could be with him, always. Unfortunately, the time for rest and relaxation would soon end as Magno finished with her conference with the other pirate leaders. And the news had not been good. Megele had been lost. Author's notes. Wow! That was a long one. In any case, in part 2, An old enemy appears as this story begins to reach its climax. We'll get to see what has happened as the women of Megele are forced to live and work with the men of Tarak. Be there for Chapter 11 Part 2, Family Reunions. 1. Yeah, I know that Dinah can be a bit of an airhead. However, she's got some good points, and just remember that she's got to compete with Mia and Jura for Slade's affections, despite the fact that they're both her closest friends. 2. I've always wondered why Ranma was always blamed for his response for choosing Okonomiyaki over Yukio. Genma never told Ranma of the engagement he was offered with the card as a dowry. In the Ranma 1/2 series, Genma placed the blame on Ranma because of his response, but in actuality, he was the one at fault by not telling Ranma of promise, nor telling him why he wanted to know which Ranma liked better. I have a feeling that he didn't tell his son on purpose, so that he could use his son's response as an excuse to steal the card and not even bothering to think of the consequences. Furthermore, I think that Yukio harbored a hatred against Ranma, due to the fact that he was actually unaware of all of this. Overall, this card episode wasn't his fault, but rather the unfortunate result of his father's manipulations. Chapter 26 Chapter 11, Part 2, Family Reunions TKK80 The second stage disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Tekkaman Blade and Vandread all belong to their respective creators, so get off my back. Thoughts? Ancient Mandarin Chapter 11 Part 2 Family Reunions. The entire Megele outer and inner defense fleets were almost completely annihilated, with more than 4/5 of the planet now under Radam control. Those were the latest reports. Slade's mother shook her head as she, BC, and Bascogni gathered in the main conference room of the Nirvana. She was now discussing the events on Megele that had been reported to her during the meeting between the pirate leaders. To think that all of that firepower, hundreds of spacecraft and hundreds of thousands of crew weren't enough to stop those monsters. There's barely enough of our home world's military left to put up any token resistance. And now the unthinkable has happened. I had just received word that Lady Grandma has ordered a planetary evacuation and migration to Tarak. Tarak? The head supplier exclaimed. Things must be desperate if the people of Megele are willing to just drop the hate-all-men standard and live side by side with them. BC nodded without emotion as she said, when faced with something as dire as enslavement or total extinction, racism becomes less a priority compared to survival. Tarak is the only planet near enough to support human life, although just barely. Oh, I can just imagine how the men are going to react to these developments. Yes, I suppose you could. The 100-plus woman remarked with a knowing smile as she decided to let her subordinate know about a few things. After all, you did grow up there, now didn't you? This caught both Ms. Casco and the first mate by complete surprise. Say what? The head supplier exclaimed. The silver-haired commander was especially shocked by this revelation. What? Magno let off a small chuckle. Oh, come now. After all the time we've been together, you didn't think I wouldn't figure it out. Contrary to what Slade once accused me of being. I'm old, but I'm not senile. Actually, I knew almost from the start that you were really a spy from Tarak and that you're a he, not a she. The signs were all there. You never bathed with the other members of the crew, even though your body was surgically altered to appear female. You already knew how to read men's language. You showed knowledge of Tarak medical procedures when you aided Pili in saving Barnet and Puero. You showed proficiency with projectile firearms, especially with weapons used by the Tarak military. And of course, I asked for Puero's report on your latest physical, which revealed that you possessed a Y chromosome in your genetic makeup. A Y chromosome? What's that? Gascogni asked. Magno nodded to the muscular woman. I'm not surprised that you know nothing about it. You were raised on Megele and was taught about how the women reproduced. I, of course, am from the first generation and know about the old ways. Oh, actually, Ranma and I are even older than the founders Megele and Tarak. Magno thought to herself before continuing. To put it simply, there are two very specific genetic traits that determine the gender of the baby before it is even born. They are called the X and Y chromosome. If the person possesses two X chromosomes, she is born as a female. However, if the baby has one X and a Y chromosome, then he will be male. Really? Yes. And since everyone on Megele is female, when the genes of one parent is spliced with the egg of the other, then the child will always be a girl, since each parent donates an X chromosome. However, since everyone on Tarak is male, it is quite possible that either a male or female child can be created. A parent on that planet can donate either an X or Y chromosome, which is most likely the reason why the Tarak government closely scrutinize every fetus in their factories to ensure that only males are produced. So that's what Slade meant when he told Jura that she would only get a 50 chance of having a baby girl with his seed. That's right. And when I read Puero's report on BC's medical file, I learned that she, or rather he had been taking large amounts of female hormones on a regular basis. That of course, coincided with my suspicions about our first mate. She then pointed with an index finger to the gem-studded choker BC was wearing. And you've never, ever taken that off, even though it clearly showed at times that it was very uncomfortable. Now why would such a thing be uncomfortable, unless it happens to be pressing up against something, like an extended larynx? I believe that the doctor referred to it as an Adam's apple. I'm willing to wager that the choker is actually some kind of voice-altering device, correct? She then gave her second-in-command a nod. Let's hear your real voice, shall we? The dark-skinned person let off a sigh as it was apparent that the jig was up. Seeing that there was no point in denying what the captain had already deduced, she, or rather he, reached up toward the neck ornament and pressed the large gem on the front. Then BC replied in a much deeper and more masculine tone, I always suspected that you knew. Oh, I would like to know why you never revealed my secret to anyone. Vivian took on an expression of mock surprise. What? And lose the best first mate I'd ever had? I knew that you were here to spy on us, but in the years you've been with us, you've always served me with honor and a loyalty that has made me proud. There were many instances that you could have betrayed us to the Tarak military, but you never did. Getting over her initial shock, but still in a state of disbelief, asked Ikazuchi, I'd like to know that too. I still can't accept that you're really a man, but to find out that the captain knew, but never told anyone, that's just unbelievable. So why didn't you turn us in? Would you have followed her orders, if you knew that she was really a he? The captain pointed out. Would any of the crew have followed BC if the truth was known? Would we have gotten as far as we did without her, excuse me, his help? I think not. She then addressed Buzum. Now then, will you answer her question, BC? Why didn't you betray us to Tarak? Just as he was about to answer, the aged woman held up her right hand, stopping him. Oh, would you please use your normal voice? Your real one is nice, but I prefer to hear the truth from my trusted first mate. You still trust me, even though you know the truth? Puzum asked. Of course I do. You wouldn't be my second in command if I didn't. BC smiled as he reached up and pressed the gem on his choker. In his or rather her voice, she explained. Originally, I was assigned to spy on the pirates as a way to gain intelligence on Megele. Since your crew was the most involved with the raids on both Tarak and Megele convoys, it was logical to join you. At first, I was like any other man from Tarak, with my ingrained hatred of women. However, as time went by, I began to tolerate, even enjoy the company of women. You were not the monsters that our propaganda minister had always taught to us. I should think so, Magno stated. And, sometime along our travels together, I began to realize that the hatred between men and women made no sense. Why did the Tarak leaders say that men and women could never coexist together, when I had been doing just that with you and the pirates? And the longer I stayed, the more I became convinced that men and women can live together. So I had decided not to betray you to my superiors. So every time I had to make a secret report to headquarters, I would only give them just enough information to keep them happy, but not enough to seriously hurt the pirates and especially the ship's crew. And I think that with Slade and the other men on board this vessel, I believe that we can bridge the gap between the two genders. I believe that it's time that we ended this war between the sexes because we need each other. Male or female, we're all human and we all have to work together against the Radam if anyone is to have any future. I believe that as well. The aged captain concurred. And I believe that you, Slade, Guero and Bart will be instrumental to the cause, and to mediating an alliance between our peoples, when we arrive on Tarak. So when are we heading out? Gascogni asked. Oh, I would prefer to give the crew some more time to rest and recuperate after our long voyage, time is something that we can ill afford. She sighed as she had also wanted extra time to attempt to reconcile with her firstborn son. In 2 days, we will head for Tarak. And when we get there, BC inquired. I can only hope that they are all willing to unite in this common goal. As for what happens afterward, Magno let off another sigh as an image of Ranma appeared in her mind. We'll cross that bridge when we come to a top double quote. Meanwhile, deep in space, a small fleet of just over 100 large vessels and their escorts sped through the star-studded void. In the most heavily guarded cruiser, the leader of the people of Megele sat in the main control bridge. As she watched the main view screen of the bridge, she continued to contemplate how things had come to this. The planet of Megele had been lost. Those who had escaped the Radam onslaught had become refugees. Everything they had was gone. They were now wanderers and heading toward a world in which most had been taught to hate since birth. In a way, it was a wake-up call to show just how complacent the women had been, especially with their dependence in technology. The alien invaders had made short work of their much-vaunted military by targeting their vital communications systems, taking out the main arsenals, and devastating their defense forces and bases. Medical and food centers were also hit, denying the females the supplies they required. And most of all, they disrupted their power and computer systems, using those horrid Tekkapods to siphon off vital energy resources that could have been used against them. As they were stripped of their technological advantages, the Megele women found themselves at a loss of what to do. When Grandma saw that there was no hope to save their home and gave the order to abandon the planet, the women had to learn quickly one of the standard lessons that the men of Tarak already knew, and that was practicality. They could only take what they needed to survive. Anything else was to be left behind. As a result, many of them lost nearly all of their worldly possessions. High-ranking individuals with wealth and power were reduced to the same level as the poor classes. Luxury items and trinkets were either abandoned or dismantled to be used as raw materials. If it did not serve any full purpose, then it was to be considered as deadweight. Many people tried to smuggle an assortment of frivolous items, but when those things were found, they were either broken apart or tossed out of the airlocks. The ships, though very large, could only hold so much, and most of their spaces were packed with people. Just about every cargo hold was filled to capacity, and there was scarcely enough room for anyone to move about with much freedom. A large number of those chambers were stacked with the cryogenically frozen forms of the original crews of the colony ships. If the people of Megele and Tarak were to perish, then these individuals would be the hope for humanity's future. Grandma sighed as she felt not only the weight of her people's troubles on her shoulders, but also began to consider what would happen once the fleet reached Tarak space. If her message had gotten to her former husband Grandpa, and if he were to agree to let the women settle on his planet, then perhaps they could come to some kind of truce. Uniting the two genders against the Radam would be the most feasible path, if they could put aside a century's worth of animosity. Then again, those were some very big ifs. However, there was no other choice. Megele's military was in no shape to take on the aliens. They had no home planet, and the Radam were hot on their heels. Only a great sacrifice and last stand by the remaining fleet commanders of the inner defense forces had allowed the surviving populace to escape. The elderly woman shuddered as she didn't even want to think about what would happen to those who were not captives of the merciless Radam. The Radam mothership. Tekkaman Dagger snorted in disgust as he watched the female captive within the Tekkadread scream out in agony. Suspended within the fluids of the pod, the woman writhed and convulsed as the Tekkapod forced more and more energy into her, causing her body to implode from within. Finally, her body couldn't take any more as it stiffened and imploded from within. The pod then split open and released its contents onto the floor of the maturation chamber. The corpse then broke apart into gory pieces and disintegrated in a pool of blood and fluids. The armored figure growled as yet another attempt to make a Tekkaman had failed. Behind him, the Radam warlord approached and stopped to stand behind him. "How goes the process?" Tarak asked, though he already knew the answer. "But," Dagger gritted, then apologized. "I am sorry, Lord Tarak. I am simply disappointed in such low-grade material. These prisoners were not even worth the trouble to capture. They were so weak. So far, none of them could even survive the first phase of the Tekkaman power process. Their only use is as food for the Tekkapods. I suppose we should not be so surprised." Tarak concurred. These Megele women were too dependent on their technology and were raised mostly in controlled environments, unlike the men of Tarak. I'm not at all surprised their forces fell so easily to our spider crabs. They aren't as hardy as their male counterparts. However, I do hope that we will be able to convert a few of them into Tekkaman. They would be very full in our upcoming invasion of Tarak. HMPF. Even if we do manage to transform some of them, they won't last long. I would estimate that they would burn themselves out within weeks, perhaps even days. The only females on record that have become fully functional Tekkaman are Rapier and those 3 women on the Nirvana. Then again, those women were pirates and were exposed to many other factors in deep space that would have toughened up their bodies to withstand the transformation. As for Rapier, she was once a harvester with the best body parts taken from other human worlds. I'm very certain if we were to take some Tarak prisoners, they would make much better Tekkaman candidates. Do what you can with what you have. It shouldn't take much time to conquer Tarak, despite their considerable resistance. Besides, I have other contingencies in order to boost our forces. As the two discussed their plans, yet more Megele prisoners were forced into the Tekkapods and their tortured screams echoed throughout the ship as more women died by the dozens every hour. In a distant section of the Radam mothership, another figure floated within a Tekkapod. However, unlike the Megele prisoners, this individual had already undergone the Tekkaman power process and was now attempting to boost his powers past their limits. and once he emerged from the confines of the pod, he would let no one stand in the way of his revenge against the one he hated most, Slade. Saber had remained within the pod for more than a month now, as the energies with the suspension fluid were continually being fed into his body's cells. It was a long and extremely agonizing process that would have drove a normal man totally insane, if his body had not imploded first. Every second he was inside the Tekkapod was like an eternity of pain, but Slade's half-brother never uttered a sound. All he could think of was to finally destroying his rival and prove once and for all that the universe had chosen him to be the strongest, not him. As his body gradually began to evolve and change, his mind began to drift back to simpler times. Flashback. As the second son of Nodoka, he had been unaware of the fact that he had a half-brother. His mother had never told him of Ranma's existence, though it was most likely because she wanted to forget the pain of losing her first child. Oh yes, she doted on Kenji during the years that he was growing up. But somehow, at times it felt to him that she was treating him as if he was someone else. Every now and then, she would call him Ran something, then would quickly correct herself. At other times, she would feed him things that she claimed were his favorite foods, though he would remind her that they were not. And she would always seem to get agitated whenever he finger-painted as a boy. The sight of his hands deep in paint or ink always made her shiver. Then, when he had been 13 years old, he found out why. He had just come home from school one day, and his parents had been away at the time. He had decided to make himself a snack in the kitchen, but had accidentally cut himself with a knife. His parents kept the first aid kit in a storage closet. However, after he had tended to his cut and was about to put the kit away, he had noticed that the closet had a hidden compartment. What he pulled out of there had made his blood run cold. He had found a box with an aging piece of parchment inside it. The document was yellowed and was not far off from crumbling. The ink that was written on it was faded and barely legible, and judging from the amount of dust that had collected on the box's surface, he guessed that it had not been touched in a very long time. Then he noticed the palm print and began to read the document. That night, Kenji confronted his mother and was finally told the truth about his half-brother, and the events that led to his apparent demise. Things got very intense when he had learned about the seppuku pledge, and how Nodoka had just let her idiot first husband take her only child away. More harsh words were exchanged as Kenji began accusing her of treating him as some kind of replacement for Ranma. He even went so far of accusing her of planning to do a seppuku pledge with him as well. Nodoka emphatically denied the very notion of such a thing. However, the rift had already formed and would remain for centuries to come. Since that time, Kenji remained distant from his mother, convinced that he was nothing more than a second-rate substitute for Ranma. Nodoka kept trying to convince him that she loved him no less than she did with her firstborn. Then on his 16th year, the terrorist attack occurred. killing his father and infecting both him and his mother with a deadly virus. The only that could be done was to place them into cryogenic stasis until a cure could be found. His mother tried one final time to reconcile with her offspring before he was frozen, but he would not even hear her out. He would carry his resentment into the future, as mankind traveled to the stars. More than half a millennium later, as Kenji slumbered within the cryopod, the outside world became a much darker place. While his mother was awakened a century earlier to begin her journey to Megele, her second son continued with his sub-zero hibernation. However, with a steadily degrading cryopod that was damaged over time, his body began to suffer cellular deterioration. Also, his mind became even more unstable as his resentment over his mother and his supposed long-dead half-brother began to grow. When the pod was finally opened by the inhabitants of Earth, his psyche, along with his body, were so badly damaged that the harvesters decided that he wasn't worth to be used for spare parts. And so, he lived among them, eventually becoming one of the many wretches who fought among each other for new organs. Ironically, at the same time he was awakened, Slade had emerged from the Tekkapod at the remnants of Jusenkyo. As time passed, Kenji was just barely holding on to the land of the living, when he was chosen by the harvesters to become their weapon against the Nirvana's Tekkaman. However, unbeknownst to the Earth Council, when he underwent the Tekkaman power process, he learned of the secret of the Earth's Pixies crystal. The hatred that he had built up over the centuries had given him the willpower to survive the transformation, when normally a harvester would have perished. As he became Tekkaman Saber, his already imbalanced mind became even more erratic. Later on, he learned of the fact that both his mother and half-brother were still alive. This new information made his rage even more volatile, especially with every encounter and every loss. The contempt that he received from his former harvester masters, and later Daikon, did nothing but increase his loathing over his lot in life, and he began to irrationally blame Slade for all of his troubles. It was his half-brother that his mother had loved. It was he who always defeated him. It was he that was considered the most powerful. Slade, always it was Slade. Well, he wasn't going to be the best for much longer. Even if it killed Saber, and the evolution to an ultimate form eventually would, he was going to defeat him and prove to all who was the best. And he would also finally have it out with his mother as well. End of flashback. At that moment, the pod he was in began to split open as he felt the effects of the evolutionary process began to take hold. Things were about to come to a head. Meanwhile, 2 days later, the crew of the Nirvana began heading back toward their vessel in the main spaceport of Heaven's Haven. Though they had enjoyed their brief period of recreation time, many of which wanted it to be longer, they all understood that time was of the essence. Since their ship was the only one of the pirate crews that had men and women working together, it was logical to send out the Nirvana to the all-male planet to act as ambassador and mediate an alliance between the two genders. It was then that they received an astounding message. Kuzum, using her secret transmitter codes, picked up a broadcast from the Central High Command of Tarak. Lady Grandma's fleet of refugees had arrived in Tarak space, under a flag of truce. Amazingly, they had not been attacked as Grandpa had personally ordered his military to stand down, though it would have been easy to destroy the group of lightly armed vessels and end the gender war. It seemed that one miracle after another occurred as the females were permitted to land on the planet, but under close guard, with strict orders not to leave their vessels until further notice. One could only imagine the uproar that had caused. Then another surprise occurred. Kuzum received a top priority message from Grandpa himself. On all open channels! Flashback, before the astonished eyes of all those watching, especially those on the bridge of the Nirvana, the elderly leader of Tarak appeared before them on every view screen on the ship. Silence blanketed every deck as no one spoke a word. Many were wondering just how the supreme leader of the planet of men had gotten their coded frequencies to transmit on all channels. Then everyone focused on the bridge as Grandpa spoke. "It's been a while, Special Agent Guzon Callista. You are looking well, even as a woman." There was a collective series of gasps throughout the Nirvana as they heard these words. There was no way of denying her or rather his identity as a man, and this sent shockwaves throughout Magno's crew. However, the pirate captain nodded as she understood the meaning of Grandpa blowing his operative's cover. Apparently, the old man of Tarak had seen the light and was now laying all his cards on the table. He had just read the full report that BC had transmitted to him, and decided that the men needed the women, just as much as they needed the men. End of flashback. After the crew had settled down and explanations were made, Kuzum had fully expected the female pirates to turn on him. However, to his surprise, everyone unanimously agreed to let him stay on as first mate. Apparently, after all the years they spent together, along with working with Slade and the other men, had opened their minds. For certain people like Bart, he was a bit conflicted. He had been raised to like men, though he had grown fond of women, especially with BC. Now finding out that he was both was going to take some time to get used to, but, oh well. At that time, BC was elected to represent the Nirvana, along with Slade, Bart and Guero when they would arrive on Tarak. Slade's side as he leaned against a rail and looked out of one of the portholes in the biopark. His thoughts wandered as he considered what was going to happen in the next day or so. With the Radam's main fleet fast approaching the system, all of humanity needed to work together to survive. Messages were sent out via tachyon beams to all the worlds Magno's crew had encountered, in the hope that they would join in the fight. If the Radam were to conquer the Tarak system, then they would have a springboard toward the rest of the galaxy, since Bart, Guero and Kuzum's home planet was located near a cosmic nexus. Ironically, it was that same jump-off point that the Nirvana was inadvertently thrown into deep, uncharted space over a year ago. Should Tekkaman's forces capture that sector in space, that no world that had been colonized by Earth's descendants would be safe. The plan was to have the Nirvana go on ahead, with Raven's Haven following some distance behind. Once Magno's ship arrived at the designated coordinates some distance outside Tarak's planetary orbit, the remaining pirate ships would congregate near Heaven's Haven, alongside any other ships that answered the call to arms. Slade was pretty certain that the people of Melanos would come, as well as the planet of telepaths, since he'd just got a response from Tekkaman Phantom. Even Anpafos responded, which was somewhat of a shock, considering how spineless they were under the yoke of the Harvesters. It seemed that living without the Munya and keeping their backbones had given the people something they never had, freedom to choose. Slade and the others could only hope that it would be enough. It was then that a certain former Dread leader approached him. Slade? The Tekkaman in question looked over his shoulder and saw Mia approaching him. He nodded to her and looked back out the porthole. The aqua-haired girl stood beside him and joined him in gazing out into space. "We'll be arriving at Tarak space by early tomorrow," Mia said quietly. "I never thought I'd see the day that we would be able to enter that sector without being fired on, much less being invited by Grandpa himself. A lot has happened in the past year," Slade pointed out. "Yes, a lot has happened," Mia agreed. Then a thought came to her. "So once this is all over, what will you do?" The simple question caught the Tekkaman off guard. It was so unlike Mia to ask such a personal question. Then again, in the year that he had fought with the Nirvana crew, the formerly serious and aloof girl had begun to open herself up and show a more human side. He considered her question for a long while, then replied with a shrug. "I'm not really sure. The only thing I've been focusing on is beating the Radam. I never gave much thought of what to do after that. Before I met you and the Nirvana, I had just been drifting from one planet to the next. I didn't have any place to call home or any family." He then saw Magno's image in his mind, then banished those thoughts. He then changed the subject. "What about you?" Mia nodded as she answered. "I received a message from the Megele refugees that are now on Tarak. My Oma is among the ones that managed to escape the Radam invasion. I thought I'd see her afterwards and maybe patch things up between us. The last time I saw her was a few years ago, just after I became a pirate. We kind of parted on some really bad terms and I was hoping that we could, you know. She's the only family I have left, since my my mother died." Slade felt a bit of regret with his own situation. "I'm sorry. I wouldn't have asked if it was so painful for you. It's all right. Say, would you like to come with me when I do see my Oma? I'm pretty sure that she'd like to meet you." "Well, sure, if you think she wouldn't mind. She wouldn't be offended since I'm a man. Don't worry about that. My Oma was never one who believed all that Megele propaganda, and I think that you and her would get along fine." "All right then." Double quote. The next day, The Nirvana slowly made its way through the complex and highly dangerous defense grid of the Tarak system. Each obstacle had to be carefully navigated as the pirate vessel was guided toward the place where the leaders of the all-male planet, the refugees of Megele and the representatives of the other human colonies, would congregate. Magno's crew got a look firsthand of how hazardous things would have been had they attacked Tarak directly, rather than raiding their distant supply lines. The first barrier was a huge asteroid belt, which was littered with millions of anti-ship mines and remote guns which would fire on any vessel that did not have the proper access codes. It was a fortunate thing that Buzom was able to provide those codes. When Slade was asked how he got through to Tarak, he replied that the mines and guns only responded to objects that were the size of spacecraft. They ignored things that were human-sized or smaller, since they weren't considered a threat. So naturally, a Tekkaman by himself wouldn't have any trouble bypassing the first barrier. Not that the mines and guns would have penetrated his armor in any case. This information alarmed Buzom somewhat. She made a note to request to Grandpa to have the first line of defense upgraded to detect smaller objects, and have greater firepower installed. Since the enemy also had Tekkaman, this would be a serious flaw that they could exploit. The improvements might not be able to stop those space warriors, but they would be able to delay them so that the defenders would have more time to prepare. The second barrier, which was just as daunting, if not more so, was a system of armed space stations, called Sentinels. Each outpost possessed enough firepower to obliterate capital ships and were supplemented by several dozen squadrons of Vandreads. Unlike the prototypes and cadets that Magno's crew faced a year ago, these units were better trained. They piloted faster, upgraded versions of the mecha, which in a fantastic coincidence, had similar technology that Parfait had developed for the Warrior Squadron, with the exception of the Tekka suits. Mia looked at several passing Vanguards and noted how skillfully they were piloted, as well as the extra armaments. She nodded and realized that if she had led her dreads against these opponents, her side would have suffered very heavy casualties. After that disastrous raid on the Ikazuchi, the Tarak military had gone back to the drawing board and corrected many of the flaws in the original models, as well as trained new recruits. Each machine was better armored, possessed far more firepower, and had greater range and maneuverability. It was with little doubt that this was the reason why they had been able to hold out against the Radam spider crabs thus far. The third barrier was of course, the Tarak fleet itself, which consisted of several thousand capital ships and hundreds of thousands of vanguard fighters and support ships. These vessels were on constant patrol and so far had been able to stop any spider crabs from reaching Tarak, if any managed to get through the first two barriers. Unlike the streamlined, smooth craft of Megele, these vessels were bulky and rough-looking. However, what they lacked in aesthetics, they made up for in brute force. They were slower than their female counterparts, and did not have the same level of advanced technology the women enjoyed, but they were better armored, were actually more energy efficient, and each vessel carried enough firepower to reduce a small country to ashes. They were manned by far more experienced crews than the Ikazuchi had when Megele led her raid against it. At present, the Radam forces had been testing Tarak's defenses with minor to moderate skirmishes. The men had been able to beat back the invaders, but even Grandpa knew that it was only a matter of time before an all-out assault would occur. With that in mind, and the fact that the surviving population of Megele were now refugees, the Supreme Leader was hoping that the upcoming meeting between the leaders of all the human worlds, plus the information provided by the Nirvana, would be enough to save their races from enslavement or extinction. The Nirvana slowly docked with the huge command satellite that was in distant orbit around Tarak. The base was the size of Heaven's Haven, and circled the planet like an artificial moon. As for the mobile pirate base, it set itself up in a synchronous orbital path with the satellite and dropped its cloaking field. As the representatives of the female pirates were led to where the delegation would take place, more and more vessels converged toward that sector of space. Ships from Melanos, Anpaphos, the telepath world, and others, each responding to the call that had been sent out of the warning of the imminent Radam invasion. Soon, hundreds of ambassadors from other worlds were coming aboard the Tarak station. As they were being led down a corridor, the group from the Nirvana were in awe at the sheer size of the base. The women especially, since they had never been inside this place, nor had Megele intelligence. This was not the bright and cheerful environment of Heaven's Haven. The atmosphere was darker and harsher, as everything on the station had a kind of straightforwardness to it. Like the vessels of the Tarak fleet, the technology on the command satellite was focused on pure function, with no frills. Everything either had a purpose, or was simply raw material to be used. There was no squandering of resources, and outward appearances meant very little, as long as the devices worked. Living quarters were simple, utilitarian chambers, with only the essentials provided, and each person working on the station went about his duties like clockwork. Even Gascogni had to admire the men for their efficiency. It was then that the group entered a large room, where dozens of computer consoles were manned by crews. At the head of the operations, a wizened old man sat in a large, simply decorated chair. He looked up with 100-year-old plus eyes and nodded to Guzom, who was at the head of the group. Magno, Slade, and all the others were now in the presence of Grandpa Dot. Meanwhile, in another part of the station, a lone figure smiled as he skulked about the shadows of the lesser-used areas. It had been child's play for him to sneak past the Tarak defense grid in his Tekkaman form, and once he came aboard the command satellite in his human form, he infiltrated the crews. Though he was on a covert mission for Tekkaman to get information on the world of Tarak and its defenses, Saber had alternate agenda in mind. He had learned that his half-brother was aboard, along with his mother. Now, it was time for Kenji to have his long-overdue revenge come sometime later, in the conference hall of the command satellite, Magno shook her head as she and her group had come up against a stubborn audience, primarily the Tarak military leaders. Though they had been commanded by Grandpa to pay heed to their words, the upper brass was hard to convince, especially since the information was being related by women. The huge, circular chamber was structured like a football stadium, with representatives from every colonized world in the quadrant. The leaders of each group could communicate with each other via holographic projectors. In the center, the near's monochrome were displaying countless images which depicted the horrors and cruelty of the Radam. However, many officers in the upper levels of Tarak society remained unconvinced and maintained that they could defeat the menace without the help of the females. After all, they weren't the ones who abandoned their own planet. I tell you that we cannot defeat the Radam on our own, Magno maintained. What you have seen so far is nothing. The spider crabs are merely testing your defenses. You have no idea just how vast the Radam forces are. So you say. The Prime Minister snorted in disdain. But so far, we have been able to keep those spider crabs at bay. Unlike you women, we men do not cower in fear and abandon our own home world, just because of a few mindless monsters. You would not be so high and mighty. A high-ranking Megele commander said in retaliation. Just like the man who talks so boldly, when he not up against a foe that knows no mercy. Commander. Grandma addressed her in a very stern tone. However, the female would not be silent. I apologize, Lady Grandma. But I cannot stand idly by while someone besmirches the memory of my fallen comrades. I lost many good crews when we fought the Radam. We all have lost much. And now we must humiliate ourselves by allying ourselves with these men. Fa. Just like a woman do, be silent. The argument was instantly silenced with the aged, yet booming voice of Grandpa. All eyes turned toward the supreme leader of Tarak. The 100-plus man let off a tired sigh then spoke. We are not here to continue old hatreds. I allowed the people of Megele to land on our world not out of contempt, but because they are human. No one deserves what had happened to them. And, after weighing all the evidence, I have come to the conclusion that despite our own formidable forces, we alone cannot defeat this enemy that threatens the very existence of the human race. He let off another sigh. Make no mistake, Prime Minister. I am proud of what we men of Tarak have accomplished in the past 100 years, but if we are to continue, then we must look at the bigger picture. I have read the reports given to me by our operative BCE, as well as the information from Captain Vivian Magno. I deem them to be genuine. Furthermore, the Nirvana's crew had dealt with the Radam and their predecessors, the Harvesters, on numerous occasions and triumphed. It was only possible through the cooperation between men and women. Therefore, it is only logical that Tarak join forces with Megele, if any of us are to have a future. He sighed yet again. Ever since that time of the great separation, I always knew in my heart that this day would come, in which men and women must reunite. It seems we have come full circle." There was a thunderous round of applause from the other representatives, while the Tarak officials were in a state of stunned silence after hearing what Grandpa had said. Then, after a full minute of cheering, the old man raised a hand for attention and the room went silent again. He once again addressed the pirate captain. "You mentioned that the Radam possess even greater weapons than the spider crabs. You called them Tekkaman?" Magno nodded as she gestured for Jura, Mia, Gaida, Guero, and Slade to step forward. They were joined by Galileo and Viper-san. Each person made their crystals appear and held them aloft. Then they all cried out simultaneously, "TKSEDG!" exclamation point double quote. Much later, Slade grimaced as he sat in the station's cafeteria. He looked down at his plate of nutrition pills, then pushed it away. He had forgotten just how bad those pills tasted and wondered why he even ordered them. The label had said cherry flavor, but it was more like the used cherry pits. As he thought about it, cherry pits would taste better than the pills. It was then that he was approached by 2 officers of the Tarak military. Judging by the medals and decorations, he guessed that they were high rank, and from the way they were looking at him, he could tell that they wanted something from him. The first one was a tall, thin individual with sandy brown hair and a kind of foppish look about him. His compatriot was shorter and chunky, with a greasy expression and short, black hair. Slade could tell that they weren't real fighters and probably achieved their status through connections, rather than earning it. They'd probably never seen real combat and made their subordinates do all the work, rather than get their own hands dirty. "You are Tekkaman, Slade?" the tall man asked. "Who wants to know?" Slade replied with suspicion. "I am Commander Vandread of the cruiser Warrior's Pride." He gestured to his companion. "This is my first mate Loker Von. May we sit with you?" Loker nodded and greeted him. "Hello." "Why?" the Tekkaman indicated with a hand at the other tables. "There are plenty of other places you can sit down. We wish to speak with you." The starship captain insisted as he and his subordinate immediately sat themselves down on chairs opposite to where Slade sat. This lack of manners immediately got Slade's temper bubbling. They simply assumed that it was all right to just do as they please without his consent. "And exactly what do you want to talk to me about?" Safan smiled. "Ah, you're direct. I like that. Let's get straight to the point. My superiors were quite impressed at the display that you and those women put on during the conference, and they were thinking, as I am, that such power would be a waste if it were used just for defeating the Radam." Slade growled slightly. He knew that something like this might happen. After transforming into his Tekkaman form, he and the others had gone out into space and gave everyone a demonstration of their powers. And as expected, he had attracted the attention of those who would use his abilities for their own selfish ends. These 2 were the latest in a long line of officers who had tried to proposition him. "Mumber, I beg your pardon?" the commander asked. The space warrior growled slightly. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying. You were sent to draft me into the service of the Tarak armed forces, right? After seeing what I can do, your superiors probably thought I'd be the perfect weapon against the women, am I right? I've already been approached by at least a dozen of you guys, and they all said the same thing. What did they promise you? A promotion? An upgrade to first class? More pill rations? Here. You can have mine. He roughly pushed his plate toward the two officers. Well, why not join the mighty Tarak forces? Sahan insisted. You are a man, aren't you? Surely you would hate the women as... Slade slammed a fist on the table, taking care not to use his full strength or he'd pound it through the floor and down to the next 3 or 4 levels. Yes, I am a man, but no, I don't hate the women 'cause I am not from Tarak. When are you military morons going to realize that? Not get lost. Perhaps if we were to come back later. Boom. This time, Slade put more force into his fist and caused the table to collapse. The two officers took the hint and quickly left the cafeteria. The former showed on side as he moved his chair to another table and sat down. A minute later, another person approached him. He was about to give the newcomer a piece of his mind, when he looked up and saw that it was the Nirvana's doctor. His mood lightened as he gestured for the healer to join him. Guero nodded as he sat down, taking note of the ruins of the table Slade had sat previously. Hello, Slade. I see that you two have been visited by some of the Tarak military. Huh? Slade responded in surprise. I saw that little display when I came in. The good doctor explained. I too have been approached by several high-ranking individuals in both the military and the political factions. However, I don't have the option of openly refusing them as you have, since I am part of the Tarak army and a citizen of the planet. Don't tell me that you said yes. I have not. I've simply informed those people that I am a doctor first and foremost, and that my medical duties to my patients take priority over my combat potential. And I was able to ask Guzon to put in a word for me to Grandpa. He has issued orders for those people to keep their distance, at least until the Radam threat has been dealt with. Yeah, well, we should have expected that something like this might happen, and Slade's voice trailed off as he suddenly sensed the presence of someone familiar. A slight flicker of light appeared on his forehead, causing him to look about. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar face as the person passed by the entrance of the cafeteria, then disappeared into the crowds. Slade? Is something wrong? Guero inquired. Slade shook his head to clear it, then replied, No, nothing. I just thought I saw someone familiar. But it couldn't be him, double quote. Saber shook his head after passing by the station's large cafeteria. He had felt a bit of a familiar twinge, and wondered if his half-brother was nearby. Then he decided on the object of his mission. He had found out where Vivian Magna was going to be, and his long-overdue revenge was going to be fulfilled. And should he meet up with Slade, then it would be a bonus to kill him as well. Slade sighed as he decided to take a stroll down toward one of the observation decks. As he approached a large viewport window, he was spotted by a certain blonde Tekkaman. Yoo-hoo! Slade! He acknowledged Juro with a simple nod as she pranced toward him. Before he could object, she looped her arms around his neck and kissed him full on the mouth. This caused several Tarak observers to gasp and moan as they saw the impossible, a man being kissed by a woman. It was hard enough to tolerate the presence of women aboard their station, even though they didn't look like the monsters that appeared on the propaganda films. They were expecting Slade to be reduced to a withered husk, since females were known to suck out a man's innards, right? That yellow-haired one was probably inhaling Slade's vital organs right now, and this was how she did it, through the mouth. Oh, the horror! When Slade did not expire when he gently pushed her away, there was a stunned silence. Just what was going on? The cosmic warrior's cheeks reddened a bit at the looks everyone was giving them, and pulled Juro off to a more secluded area of the observation decks. When he was certain that they were both out of earshot, he turned to face her. Juro, I think you'd better not do stuff like that, especially in front of the Tarak men. Why? She asked playfully as she began casually drawing circles on his chest with her right index finger. If men and women are going to have to live with each other, then we should show them just how well they can be together. Slade sighed. Look, it's hard enough for them right now to get used to the idea that they'll be sharing their planet with women. I don't want to aggravate the situation any more than it already is, and it's too soon for them to try and settle their differences. For now, not having them fight is good enough. I have my own headaches to deal with, especially with those Tarak military idiots who are trying to recruit me. Juro gave him a disappointed thought, then nodded in understanding. Join the club. I've had some visits from some of the Megele commanders. They've offered me a full pardon for my years as a pirate, and reinstatement as a citizen of Megele. She gave her shoulders a shrug. But that's a moot point, since Megele is now a breeding ground for the Radam. I wouldn't be surprised if Mia and Diet were given similar offers. Slade nodded in agreement. Say, why don't you use this chance to visit with the refugees? I remember you telling me one time that you hadn't returned to Megele since you joined up with the pirates. Isn't there anyone from your homeworld that you want to see? Mia said that she was going to visit with Roma. Juro took on an introspective expression as she thought about it, then nodded. That might be a good idea. I just received a message from my family. She was part of the first wave of evacuees. I was planning to visit her later on. Why don't you visit her now? We've got some time. I will. She quickly gave Slade a peck on the cheek, then hurried away. Just before she was out of sight, she called back to him. When this is all over, you have got to meet my mother, all right? Slade could only wave back while smiling. When she was gone, he let off a sigh of relief and turned about to go for another stroll. However, he had only gone a few steps when he suddenly came face to face with a bubbly Dinah. Mr. Alien, I mean, Slade. Sorry, old habit. Hi, Dinah. So what are you so excited about? Dinah showed off something that she was carrying in her arms. It looked to be a hand-sewn dress that was simply, yet very well made. It was made from very soft, blue-colored silk, and seemed to have been created by an expert seamstress. Isn't it pretty? Dinah asked. My Oma and my Fama gave it to me. I just saw them an hour ago and they were really happy to see me again. I told them all about our adventures and especially you, Slade. Oh, that's great. And I promised that when we beat those bad aliens, that I'll introduce you to them. Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting them. Slade gave a half-hearted laugh as he thought, does every girl that I know want me to meet their parents? In another part of the station, two Amazons were having a quiet discussion. Shantu had come across her only living relative, her grandmother Kulon. She was a wizened old lady of 89 and wore the traditional robes of a matriarch of the Jusenkyo. She was approximately 5'2" and walked about with a gnarled wooden cane. She had long, grey hair that was done up in a simple ponytail. She was the current leader of the Megele Amazons that were the direct descendants of the original tribe of Earth. So young warrior, tell me more about this, Tekkaman Slade. Sean nodded. He is a great warrior. He has proven himself time and time again in battle, not only as a fighter, but as a valued friend. The aged female gazed upon her with interest. It seems that this Slade is someone that you greatly respect. He is the one man who deserves my utmost respect and admiration. He is also commander of the Nirvana's Vandread group, the warrior squadron. I am his second in command. You take orders from a man. I follow them because he is our leader. The red-haired girl blushed as she remembered something else. And, because I challenged him, and lost. This admission got Kulon's attention. You lost? She stressed. Shantu nodded. In the beginning, I was very against taking orders from a man. So I challenged him to combat. The winner would lead the vanguards, and I am embarrassed to say that I utterly defeated by him. And so, I was honor-bound to follow him into battle. As time passed, I came to respect his battle prowess and, she blushed even redder as she recalled that time in the Nirvana's path area. Kulon nodded as she thought of something. I see. If that is the case, and if you were fairly defeated in battle by this man, then you must follow our Amazon laws as it is written in the ancient texts. What do you mean? The elderly individual produced a data module from the sleeves of her robes, which she activated. The top of the technological cube produced a holographic image of a book. Shantu immediately recognized it. She had a hard copy of it in her quarters on the Nirvana. The Book of Amazon Tribal Law. Yes. Unlike your version, which is incomplete, revised and faded, this one is finished and unedited. It is an encoded copy of one of the original manuscripts, just before the time of the Great Migration from Earth. Now then, please read this section. She used the controls of the module to display a certain passage in the book. Her granddaughter's eyes widened as she read the passage. When she finished, she looked upon her relative in a state of disbelief. There was a long pause before she finally spoke. "Grandmother, are you serious? When it comes to our ancient laws, I am always serious. And now that Megele and Tarak must reunite, then this law is also valid." Jusenkyo stood in stunned silence as the words of the law she had read sunk in. In the event that an Amazon is defeated by an outsider, and if that outsider is a man, then she must come. Meanwhile, Yukio the 17th nodded as she got off the vid communicator. She had just finished a long discussion with Ranma, Yukio the 16th, and explained to her that the vendetta against Ranma Sodom, or rather Slade, was misdirected and irrational. She had thought that it was the least she could do, after what had happened on the Nirvana when she learned that Slade was actually the same Ranma from half a millennium ago. After giving the details of what had happened 5.5 centuries earlier, Yukio Zoma finally agreed that the blood feud against Ranma was pointless, since he was just as much a victim as the original Kwanji was. However, there was still the matter of the stolen dowry. The Nirvana Okonomiyaki chef couldn't believe that Ranma thought that a missing cart was so important. It was nothing more than a wooden box on wheels. However, the older Yukio still insisted that honor must be satisfied, and there was only one way. When she suggested it, her daughter became absolutely dumbfounded. Now how was she going to explain this to Slade? Later, Slade let off yet another sigh as he strolled about the station. It was going to be several hours before all the representatives would finish in their deliberations, and he really didn't have anything else to do until then. Most of the Nirvana crew members were visiting their relatives and friends among the Megele refugees, and this got him thinking. In the entire universe, only Magna could be considered as his family. But the years of being separated from her had made him bitter. She was his mother, biologically speaking, but emotionally she was a stranger to him. Why would he even try to bridge the gap that spanned so much time and billions of light years? Then again, just about everyone in Magno's crew had barely seen their loved ones until now, and each girl was trying to make up for lost time. The same went for Bart and Poirot. This may be their only chance. For once the Radam got serious and attacked, many of them would not return. And once Slade left the Nirvana, he would be all alone again. Is that what he really wanted? Would it be so bad to get to know her? Perhaps, in time they could actually come to some common ground. They both agreed that Genma had been a total moron. They were both strong-willed and didn't care for any kind of nonsense. Maybe, just maybe, K-boom. The explosion rocked the entire station as Slade felt a familiar presence nearby. A large bulkhead was blown to pieces, causing crew members to scatter and safety shutters to close to prevent any potential decompression. The former Sodom immediately ran toward the source of the disturbance, which happened to be where the guest quarters were. As he rounded a corner, he came across a ruined chamber that was smoking from being blown from the inside. Furniture and masses of twisted metal were strewn about, as well as pieces of unidentified debris. Then he saw a scene that made his blood run cold. The tall figure he recognized in an instant. It had been some time since he last saw him, but there was no mistaking that cruel expression and the bloodlust in his eyes. Though Saber was in his human form, in his hands was a huge Tekkaman. He tore over an injured Magno, who was kneeling on the floor and clutching at her left arm, which was bleeding profusely from a large gash near her shoulder. Her eyes were streaming tears, as she looked up at her would-be executioner. As he slowly raised his weapon to deliver the final blow, Slade sprang toward them. Seeing his mother in mortal danger caused something within him to snap. It had been an emotional barrier that he had put up when he had learned that his mother was still alive. Though he had repeatedly denied it, deep down, he knew that he still had feelings toward her. And after a lot of soul-searching, he had finally decided that he needed to set things right with her. Now, this maniac was going to take it all away before he had a chance. No! A bright flash of light appeared in both of Slade's hands as he suddenly called upon a power that he never knew he had. The flashes lengthened and became solid as Saber's weapon came down. Clang! To the surprise of all those present, both halves of Slade's Tekkamans appeared, and locked with Saber's, stopping the weapon's descent. Slade was now between him and Magno. As both Tekkaman began to exert more force on each other, their eyes locked together with intense glares. Behind Slade, Magno gasped as she watched the two about to engage in a battle, in which only one would walk away. Slade gritted his teeth as he continued to press against his foe. Then, he said in a hard voice, "Don't you dare hurt my mother." These words enraged Saber as he retorted with venom in his voice. "Don't you mean our mother?" To be continued. Author's notes. Well, here's yet another cliffhanger, but with this story nearing its end, I had to end this part somewhere. In the next part of Chapter 11, we're going to act Slade vs. Saber again, but this time, it's really personal. More revelations will be made as Tarak and Megele must overcome the century of hatred and learn that they are not so different after all. All this and more in Chapter 11 Part 3, entitled Slade and Saber, Sibling Rivals. Chapter 27 Chapter 11, Part 3, Sibling Rivalry. Slade Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. Must I always tell the readers that Ranma 1/2, Tekkaman Blade and Vandread don't belong to me, and I am only writing a fan fiction about them? Oh, I already did. Thoughts. Chapter 11 Part 3 Sibling Rivalry, Slade and Saber. The command satellite floated peacefully in orbit around the planet Tarak. Then suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the man-made structure to its core. A massive decompression made the station shudder and momentarily caused it drift out of its orbital path, before emergency retro thrusters righted it and bulkheads were sealed. However, with two of the most powerful fighters in the galaxy battling it out inside it. The satellite was in danger of falling out of its precarious position and burning up in the atmosphere. Slade growled as he pushed back against Saber's Tekkamans. Behind him, Magna watched in horror as her only children were locked in mortal combat. She could not believe that Kenji was actually the murderous Tekkaman that had been determined to destroy the Nirvana for the past year. When she had first beheld him a few minutes ago, she had been so overjoyed to be reunited with her other lost son. Flashback. Magna sighed heavily as she walked into the guest quarters that she had been given for the duration of the conference. It had been a long and tiring meeting as she had acted as a mediator between the representatives of Tarak and Megele. The old hatreds had been hard to silence, and it had almost come to violence had Slade not fired off a warning flash of ki to get everyone's attention. After seeing what he could do as a Tekkaman, one did not want to get on his bad side. After a very intense debate, it had been decided that all human worlds would join in the fight against the invading Radam. Nearly 99% of all the industries on Tarak and to a lesser degree the other planets would have to be converted toward supply and weapons production. All the weapons the Nirvana had developed against the Radam, primarily the warrior squadron's Tekka suits, would serve as the blueprints. Furthermore, Vandread production would have to be quintupled in order to supply each world with at least one battalion, to combat the almost endless numbers of spider crabs. The Tarak men had few complaints since they were used to such. They were the ones to go to for efficient mass production, though such a large-scale war effort was unheard of by the standards of the other planets. However, when the driving force was survival, they were motivated enough. In a way, the Tarak men's simplistic lifestyle and eating of food pills worked to their advantage in this case, since no resources would be wasted. When it came to the matter of the Megele refugees, it was decided, though very reluctantly by the representatives of the all-female world, that the surviving populace would be given living quarters and a temporary truce was established. They were to be given only the essentials to survive, and any special requests would have to be taken up with the Tarak Council. This truce was to last only until the Radam menace was dealt with. They would sort things out afterwards. This did not give the women much, but considering the alternative, they couldn't make any complaints, yet. Magna could only imagine the inevitable conflicts that would occur when the Megele women would be forced into the Tarak lifestyle. According to what Guero and Bart told her, living on Tarak was harsh and didn't allow much for luxury. And for people who were used to enjoying the benefits of technology, as well as being less efficient with resources, this was going to be a shock to many. They were going to have to learn to do without, as well as save whatever they had. And most of all, they are going to have to live off those food pills. A lot of women are going to starve if they did not swallow their pride. The elderly woman had considered revealing the data that Guero had given to her on BCE, about the fatal genetic flaws of Tarak and Megele's current reproductive methods. However, given the current circumstances, She decided not to inform the leaders just yet. Everyone had to be focused on defeating the Radam, and the information would be useless if they were all enslaved or destroyed. When the enemy was defeated, then perhaps the data would convince the two sides to reconcile. It was then that she noticed that someone else was in her quarters. He was a tall individual and had long green hair and a pale complexion. At first, Magno did not recognize the stranger, but then as he stepped out from the shadows and said in a tone that dripped with scorn, "Hello, Mother." There was a long stretch of silence as the two gazed upon each other. For Saber, he simply could not believe that this ancient crone was actually the woman who had given birth to him centuries ago. She resembled nothing like the person he remembered so long ago. But then again, considering how much he wanted to erase those images from his mind, he didn't really care how she appeared presently. According to the records he had read, Nodoka had underwent surgical and genetic alterations to her body in order to start over from her previous life. Well, that suited the Red Tekkaman just fine. He wanted nothing left to link him with his pitiful childhood. And as soon as Vivian Magno was gone, there would be nothing left. It was Ranma, always Ranma, that she thought about. It was always his older half-sibling that she cared about. To her, Kenji was simply a substitute, and those long years in that malfunctioning cryopod had warped his mind to extreme homicidal tendencies toward his family. And now, he was going to erase one of the two banes to his present existence. For Magno, it was as if she had gone back in time. There he was, her other son. The one that she had thought had been lost forever. He looked harder than she remembered, but there was no mistaking his eye color and facial resemblance he had with her second husband. Of course, he was older than when she last saw him, and she was inwardly pleased that he had grown into a very fine figure of a man. Then she noticed the expression on his face and started to feel the hostility emanating from him. Is it really you, Kenji? There was another long period of silence as Saber glared at his mother. Then finally he growled his response. Yes. Joy overwhelmed her as she, who was formerly Nodoka, started toward her second offspring. Kenji. I'm so... WHAP. The pirate captain staggered backward from the blow and looked up in shock. Saber stood with an even harder expression on his face. His right hand was raised with the palm open. It was very fortunate for her that he had used an open slap hand with very little strength. Otherwise, his strike would have taken off her head. Magno trembled as she looked at the one she had once called her son. Her eyes started welling up with moisture. A bruise started to form on her left cheek. My son, why? Don't ever call me that, he snarled as he lowered his hand. But, you just said, she began in confusion. Saber growled again, silencing her instantly. He then gave her a slight nod. I was Kenji, but I was never your son. The one who was once Kenji died long ago, when you abandoned me in that stinking cryopod. No, I didn't abandon you. she protested. "I was told that your cryopod was lost and that you were dead. I don't want to hear your lies," Saber roared. "I was never your son in the first place. All you ever cared about was my half-brother. I was just a substitute for you. No, you were my son. I loved you as much as I ever loved Ranma. I told you, I am not your son. I am Saber. SS Saber. Yes, and I am also your executioner, Mother." Magno felt her heart stop. Her son was Saber. His words stung deep into her soul like a dagger as she felt her tears stream down her cheeks. First her son Ranma, Slade would not speak with her. And now her newly found second son was the one who had constantly tried to destroy the Nirvana. She felt her entire world begin to fall apart as her other offspring started to advance toward her. He raised up his right fist and began focusing his inner Tekkaman energies. Then the entire room was enveloped in a huge explosion, causing debris to fly toward her. Magno managed to move to the right and mostly avoided a huge chunk of metal that came at her. However, its sharp edge still ripped up her robe's left shoulder, cutting through the cloth and into her flesh. She let off a scream as she collapsed to her knees and clutched at her injury. Blood flowed down her wound as she looked up and saw her attacker now holding a huge, wicked-looking, double-bladed lance, a weapon that she was all too familiar with. He can bring out his Tekkalons without transforming. Saber then let off with a blood-curdling roar as he raised his weapon high, then brought it down toward her head, intent on cleaving it in two. Magno shut her eyes and prepared for the end of flashback, KDANG. Magno opened her eyes at the sound of metal striking metal and found herself staring at the strong back of Slade as he held up the two halves of his own Tekka lance, blocking his half-brothers. Then she heard the words she thought Slade would never say. "Don't you dare hurt my mother." Saber then retorted with scorn. "Don't you mean our mother?" Both combatants then let loose with powerful ores of energy and grappled with each other. Then they hurled themselves through a huge hole in the wall and she heard them simultaneously shout out, "TKSEDG." There was another series of explosions as the bulkheads of the station were shaken and alarms went off. As emergency personnel began running about to keep the station from falling out of orbit, Magno sat there in a state of shock as she continued to bleed profusely. At that moment, PC came rushing into her ruined quarters and saw that her captain was severely injured. She immediately came to her, while pulling out her communicator to alert Puero. However, as she knelt down to assess the captain's wound, she saw that Magno was in the state of shock and didn't even notice her. The old woman just continued to stare out toward a large hole in the wall. "Captain?" When the elderly pirate didn't reply, the former Tarak spy repeated herself. "Captain?" Then, after a long while, Magno spoke. "Ranma, Kenji, my sons, my sons." What? Unlike Puero and Perfect, Magno's first officer was unaware of her captain's connection with Slade and Saber. Magno said nothing more as she continued to stare in shock. Both Tekkaman burst out of the station and into deep space. The two combatants darted about the void like a pair of angry hornets. Then, the two faced off in orbit above Tarak, getting ready to fight to the death. It seemed that this may be their final confrontation. The two warriors gazed upon one another, their weapons held at the ready. Neither one spoke for a very long time. Then Saber decided to tell his brother what he really thought of him. Just like always, brother. Mother always did like you best. What? What are you talking about? Slade said in surprise. The captain is not your mother and you sure as hell ain't my brother. Saber smirked behind his helmet. Oh? So she didn't tell you? Oh, of course not. She just found out herself, didn't she? What are you talking about, you psycho? The red Tekkaman chuckled as he replied. If you already know that Vivian Magno was once no Kashodom, and that she was once your mother, then you must know about her other son, Kenji Tensuk, right? Yes, Slade began suspiciously, then he began to get the underlying meaning to Saber's words. You don't mean that you're... Saber chuckled again, this time with more smugness. So you finally caught on, eh, brother? It can't be. The captain said that your cryopod was lost. Slade exclaimed in denial. This madman was his half-brother. Saber then continued on in a deadly serious tone. Oh, I was lost all right, but I didn't die, at least not immediately. I've spent centuries suffering a slow, agonizing death as my body rotted away in that malfunctioning pod. When I was finally revived in this time period, I had been reduced to being one of the many wretches on Earth, as a harvester. You were one of the harvesters? Yes. It was a daily struggle fighting the others for even half-decent organs to keep me going. We were always given body parts of the lowest quality, and frequently, they would only last for weeks or even days. There were times that I wanted to just end it all, rather than suffer continuously that living death. Then, I was presented with a chance to be reborn, the Tekkaman power process, Saber's half-brother guessed, in which Saber nodded. Yes. It was pure torture being put through the process in which I would get this power. A normal harvester wouldn't have survived, but I did. Through my own will, my very hatred of what I had been reduced to and who was responsible for my condition, it allowed me to withstand the process. So you blamed our mother for your pain? Yes. She left me to die down in that cryopod and I thought that I was truly free of her memory when I emerged from that Tekkapod. Kenji Tensuk was no more and Saber was born. But then, I later found out that she was still alive. So that's why you're here now. To kill our mother. Yes. But only after I make her suffer as I have. I'm going to tear her apart piece by bloody piece. She's going to feel pain on a scale unimaginable. Then, when she is no longer able to feel pain, when she is at the point of death, I'm going to feed her carcass to the spider crabs. Slade growled as his grip on his Tekkaman tightened. His half-brother was insane. It seemed that the long centuries had twisted his mind to the point that he couldn't even be called human. The way he described how he was going to kill their mother had sickened him. Though Slade had just recently decided on reconciling with her, it was apparent that Saber was beyond all hope of saving. Saber then held up his own weapon and said, "Oh, I'll have to admit, my business with our mother is only part of the reason why I am here. I was sent here to gather information about the defenses here, and to give a message to you, brother." "A message?" "My Lord Tekkaman would like to offer you a choice. You have caused the Radam quite a bit of trouble, but it would be a waste to destroy someone as powerful as you. Therefore, Tekkaman had sent me to offer you a chance to join us. This will be your only opportunity. So Slade, will you come with me, your brother? Or will you stay and be destroyed with Mommy dearest?" Slade let off a snarl as he replied, "Go to hell. I've already been there. Now it's your turn." Saber then charged at his sibling with thrusters going at full. Slade countered his brother's first strike as the two Tekkaman sped through the starry void. Back on the station, Mia, Taida and Jura had started running toward the nearest airlock when they got word that Slade and Saber were engaged in combat. As they passed through a Vandread hangar, they saw dozens of Tarak pilots suit up as they were getting ready to launch in order to defend the base. However, the girls knew very well that the Megele were no match against a Tekkaman. The men would surely die if they went up against a homicidal maniac like Saber. The three found an adjacent airlock and took out their crystals as the hatch closed behind them. Holding their crystals aloft, they simultaneously cried out, "Tekkadread!" In seconds, 3 comets of light raced out into space, as each girl went through her amazing metamorphosis. Their clothes were instantly stripped off, and their bodies became encased in nearly indestructible armor. Their already superhuman abilities were amplified to their highest levels as quantum energy weapons were drawn. Tekkaman Diamond, Ruby and Sapphire headed toward the spot where Slade and Saber were mixing it up. "Slade!" All 3 cried out simultaneously as they were about to engage in battle. However, to their shock, both the white and scarlet Tekkaman snarled at them and responded in sync, "Stay out of this." The 3 females stopped suddenly at these words. They had not at all expected Slade to snap at them. Then, they heard something even more shocking. "Your girlfriends should stay out of what does not concern them, brother." Saber growled, "This is between you and me." Slade growled as well as his grip on his lance tightened. Then he addressed the others without taking his eyes off his opponent. "Mia, Taida, Jura, don't interfere." The 3 girls became even more confused. With an enemy as deadly as Saber, shouldn't they all fight him together? And what did he just call Slade? Slade then readied to charge at his adversary again. He gave the girls a final warning to back off. "Girls, this is something that has to be settled, once and for all between me and my brother. This is family business. What? The trio said at the same time. It was then that space was lit up by laser bolts and cannon shells. Saber growled as he looked off to one side and saw one of Tarak's battle cruisers bearing down on their position. It seemed that the men of the craft had decided to get involved. Too bad for them. Aboard the warrior's pride, Vandread, the officer who had tried to sway Slade to the men's side, gave orders to open fire on the Tekkaman. It didn't matter that he was unsuccessful in recruiting the white Tekkaman. Once he had vanquished both him, the new intruder, and those accursed female Tekkaman, then the High Council would surely recognize him and his ideals. That Tarak didn't need the women of Megele. If he couldn't have the power of the Tekkaman themselves, then Tarak science could always discover their secrets from their remains. However, both he and his crew would pay for his dreams of grandeur. Though his cruiser couldn't use its main guns, due to its proximity to the planet Tarak and the command satellite, his secondary guns and batteries were allowed to blast away. They concentrated on the sector where Slade and the other Tekkaman were. However, the murderous barrage had zero effect as Saber simply jetted out in front of them and took the brunt of the attack. His form was enveloped in a series of blinding explosions for a full minute. When the guns and missile launchers finally ceased, the Scarlet Tekkaman gave off a scornful laugh as he emerged from the conflagration completely unscathed. On the bridge of the warrior's pride, Safan and his crew were in a state of disbelief. How could anyone survive that? Their weapons had enough firepower to bring down Megele spacecraft. Then their expressions of shock became that of horror as Saber suddenly shot forward with lance held at the ready. Their anti-fighter guns opened up again, but had no effect as Saber didn't even bother to evade. "No!" Slade cried out as he tried to catch up to his brother before he could. Too late. Saber plowed through the front section of the cruiser and ripped the bulkheads like they were made of paper. The massive decompression caused havoc as debris and crew members were sucked out into the vacuum of space. However, the Red Space Warrior wasn't finished by any means as he broke into the bridge through the floor and began slaughtering officers left and right. Safan and his first mate were beheaded in less than a heartbeat, their faces locked in expressions of terror as one of Tarak's proudest warships was gutted from the inside. Then the insane Tekkaman delivered the final blow as he smashed his way into the engine room and breached the reactor core. Not even bothering to make his escape, he simply allowed himself to be engulfed in the resulting explosion. In under 2 seconds, more than 100 lives were snuffed out. In front of the horrified eyes of Slade and the girls, the warrior's pride was consumed in a large explosion. When the light died down, they saw nothing but debris, and in the midst of it was Saber, unharmed and ready to murder again. At that moment, several squadrons of Vandreads came charging out of other cruisers in the sector, as well as the command satellite. They were all set to avenge their fallen comrades. However, they were about to learn that while the Megele were effective against spider crabs, they were nothing but cannon fodder to a Tekkaman. Slade desperately tried to get to Saber before he had a chance to decimate the Vanguard pilots. Ida, Mia and Jura also flew in to assist him, as well as keep the men from getting too close to their adversary. However, that was when things went from bad to worse. A huge flash of light appeared from another sector as a tear in hyperspace opened up. From this, a large horde of spider crabs came hurtling out, and at the front of the formation was another armored figure, who was riding on the largest of the mutant monsters. Tekkaman Dagger had arrived. However, Saber was not happy to see his comrade. "What are you doing here?" The green-colored Tekkaman shrugged as he replied. "Lord Tarak sent me to bring you back to the headquarters. He says that it is time to begin preparations." "No!" Saber shouted out as he gestured to his half-brother with his lance. "I will not leave now. I'm going to." His words were cut off as cannon fire and laser beams started raining down on them. The vanguards started to converge on their position, firing off a continuous rain of projectiles and energy blasts. This had dire consequences as the spider crabs and their Tekkaman masters to begin retaliating. Shrugging off blasts like a dog shaking off rain from its fur coat, Dagger simply made his weapon appear, which was similar to Daida's now. Holding it out and taking almost casual aim, he made a single energy arrow appear as he cocked back his right hand, then released. The shaft of light streaked forward and the closest Vanguard pilot had no time to react as he and his Megele were vaporized in a blossoming sphere of destruction. Then Dagger began loosing arrows in rapid succession like a machine gun, with each hitting their target. In less than 3 seconds, 24 brave men were sent screaming to their deaths as the Tekkaman nonchalantly executed them. Several squadrons were destroyed in quick order as Dagger continued to shoot them down with cold efficiency. Slade let off a cry and charged at Dagger, but before he could reach him, he was blindsided by Saber. The two warriors grappled with each other as the carnage continued around them. Though they wanted to help him, Ida, Mia and Jura had to stop Dagger first. With him taking out the vanguards, there was nothing to stop the spider crabs from heading toward the command satellite and the nearby cruisers. As they approached the merciless Tekkaman, they were met with stiff resistance by the spider crabs that were protecting him. As several groups of the monsters came close toward the cruisers, they could only hope for a miracle. They got it as a streak of white light burst from the command satellite. They immediately recognized the figure in the nimbus of brilliance. Galeon Viperson, as Tekkaman Phantom, started to slash and rip through the ranks of the spider crabs. The stealthiest of all the Tekkaman faded from view as he continued his assault on the Radam monsters in his invisible mode. This allowed the defensive fleet the time it needed to launch more vanguards and begin firing off barrages of covering fire. However, as the battle escalated, more brave crews of the Tarak Empire fell before the Radam onslaught. Two destroyers were ripped apart as spider crabs invaded into their hulls. Several dozen Vanguard pilots were slaughtered, though some did manage to take a good portion of the mutated monsters with them. showing that they were not all helpless. Stop it. Tekkaman Sapphire cried out as she launched a trio of energy arrows at the green-colored armored warrior. However, her attack was blocked as a spider crab appeared in front of Dagger and shielded him. The beast blew up in an explosion of pus and gore, but in that spilled second, Darkon's servant fired off another salvo of arrows. Ida let off a scream as one arrow punched through her armored left shoulder. The rest of the deadly energy projectiles flew by and took out 7 more vanguards. One arrow in particular sped toward a nearby cruiser, named the Double Edge. On the bridge, the commander of the vessel gave off the order to maximize the forward shields as he saw the arrows streaking toward them. However, the command was given a heartbeat too late as the arrow crashed through the front viewport and detonated within the bridge. Not a single member of bridge crew survived, and the resulting explosion had also disabled the vessel's ability to maneuver. A massive explosion on its port side caused the cruiser to drift dangerously closer to another. In the sub-command bridge just aft of the primary control sections, the head engineering officer called out to his subordinate as more explosions rocked the ship. Damage report. The other officer gulped as he read the data on his view screen. Guidance system. Alt. Auxiliary steering. Alt. Divert. Divert. The ship won't answer the helm. The Double Edge is going to collide with the Battle-Axe. What are we going to do? The head engineer raised his head up solemnly and said, "We die." 1. The front of the Double Edge slammed hard into the side of the Battle-Axe and both ships were engulfed in a pair of explosions, scattering debris and hot gases in all directions. Some of the spider crabs were taken out, but unfortunately, several more vanguards were also obliterated along with them. The battle had only started 90 seconds ago, but already the casualty figures had quadrupled. Saber let off a blood-curdling war cry as he sliced an interfering vanguard in half. The pilot inside was also cut in twain before his mecha exploded. The Crimson Tekkaman then threw his lance out toward a trio of the Tarak machines, spinning about like a discus. The men had no chance to even scream as the weapon sliced through them, causing their vanguards to self-destruct a moment later. "Damn you!" Slade cried out as he charged his half-brother, thinking that he was at a disadvantage without his lance. However, Saber surprised him as 2 wicked blades suddenly popped out of his gauntlets. He easily parried his sibling's lance, then started slashing away. It was then that Saber's lance swung back to its master. Slade was caught off guard as the weapon glanced off his shoulder. That was all Saber needed to grab his weapon and kick out with a foot into Slade's solar plexus. Then, while his brother was off balance, he slammed into him with thrusters going on full. Slade barely managed to block the point of Saber's lance with his own, but he couldn't stop their forward momentum in time. When he looked back and saw that they were heading toward another vessel, he started his own thrusters to slow them down. "Stop it, Saber. You are going to destroy them." "Like I care," Saber retorted as he kept on going. The pair impacted into the heavy cruiser/support carrier known as the Avenger's Sword, and unfortunately into the Vanguard hangar. At the time, the ship had been preparing to launch its Vanguards to deal with the spider crabs, but when the Tekkaman came crashing through, the pilots and hangar crews scattered. Many were killed in mere moments as Saber let nothing and no one stand in the way of his revenge. Slade tried his best to keep him from slaughtering innocents, but in those close quarters, it was impossible to prevent the body count from piling up. Then Slade's blood ran cold as he saw Saber began to glow red. That could only mean, no. You can't. Anti-Duality. The Avenger's Sword became the latest ship to fall under the might of the Radam as it was gutted from the inside and then exploded in a crimson fireball. However, as the ship died, another explosion appeared from within and elongated into a green beam. Goltkk. Saber screamed as he was caught in the full force of Slade's attack and was driven back out into space. Slade followed him out with the intent to make him pay for the lives he had taken that day. However, fate would have other plans. Saber managed to recover from his brother's attack, though his armor was now shredded in several places. Slade wasn't much better as his armor was also badly damaged from the fight. The two-faced streaked off into the distance, past the sentinel stations and toward the asteroid belt that formed Tarak's first defensive line. In past times, the ring of gun turrets and mines prevented the majority of the Radam spider crab hordes from getting through. Dagger and his attack force had managed to bypass it through a precise interspatial warp that could not be frequently duplicated and could only transport a certain number through. The technique could not be used for a full-scale invasion, but was enough to insert a considerable strike force to test Tarak's inner defenses and retrieve the Iron Saber. However, as the two warriors mixed it up among the rocks and ice, both were unaware of the secret within Tarak's solar system minefield. Deep within the asteroids, a certain rare type of crystal began to awaken and pulse with energy. Unknown to even the men of Tarak, they were the other reason why the Radam kept their distance from the all-male world. And it would only take a certain event in order to trigger their power. Both Slade and Saber began to slow down the longer they battled. It was as if something was starting to drain their energy. The Crimson Tekkaman in particular was feeling a bit lightheaded. Then he decided that it was now time to obliterate his half-sibling once and for all. Both he and the former Sodom faced each other off as the red-colored warrior gestured with his lance at Slade. "I've got to admit, you are just as strong as you were the last time we fought. However, I'm not the same as I once was." "What are you talking about?" Slade demanded. "You're the same psycho you've always been." "Yes. But now this psycho has a new trick to show you." With these words, Saber began focusing his energies as his armor started to shift and change shape. He was then enveloped in a scarlet corona of light. Slade was in a state of shock as he watched his brother morph into something even more dangerous than what he was before. No. He couldn't be. Saber's armor broke apart, then reformed with sharper angles and more bulk. His back formed a kind of rump, then elongated into what looked like a tail. When the transformation completed itself, Tekkaman's saber became Tekkaman's slaughter, too. Well, what do you think, brother? Slade growled as he began powering up his energies as well. I think I had no choice. In an instant,